Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. We are now live. Testing 1 2 3. Let's get some audio to play while I'm waiting. We're starting in just a few more moments. I'm tuning in so I can see what's going on with the channel. I'm tuning in so I can see what's going on with the channel. If you tune in right now, go ahead and let me know who's tuning in. Go ahead and reply in the comments. All right, let's go ahead and get it started. Let me fade this music out so we can go ahead and get it started. It is 10 after. Start time now. So we can go ahead and get it started. It is 10 after. Start time now. Go ahead and get started. It is 10 after. Start time now. Start time now. Go ahead and get started. It is 10 after. Start time now. I got a feedback loop. Start time now. Go ahead and okay, good. Audio should be good now. I got my headphones on. Mic should be good and loud. Okay, good. You turn it down a little bit because I got my headphones on. Mic should be good and loud. Turn it down a little bit because testing. Headphones is bleeding. Okay, there we go. I still got a little bleed. Let me turn it down a little bit more. Test, 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 testy. All right, let's go ahead and get it started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, welcome to Atlanta DJ Zone. You're here with the kid. The name of the show is Atlanta DJ Zone Tech Tuesday Live. You're here with the kid. And this is a podcast that I have every week that's broadcast on YouTube Live, was on Facebook, but I've extended it to YouTube because I share it with not only with some of the groups that I'm affiliated with, but many other groups as well as those on my timeline. For those of you, welcome. If you want to join me, I will have I have 5 open seats next to me to where you can join me in a little while when I get to that point. I didn't have a topic for tonight. I had a special guest that I wanted to either have live or to have a pre-recorded session with, but I didn't have time. But next week it should be available. Make sure you tune in because I'm getting those questions together. So all those that want to ask entertainment, legal, lawyer, or that type of perspective, I have a post in several of the other groups. Find that post and put your questions in that post, or you can go to my page, which is the kid DAKYDD. I don't know if that's showing with a big glare in it. DAKYDD on Facebook, or you can find me on Instagram at I think it's the kid07. I don't know. I don't use Instagram that much, so I don't know. It's either DA_KYDD or it's DAKYDD07, or maybe 007. I don't remember. I got so many accounts with different names. I don't keep track of all of them. But anyway, welcome. If this is your first time, post in the comments. Let me see a little activity in the comments as for those that are first time, and what group that you see this posting, because I probably posted in somewhere to about 12 to 15 different DJ groups and on my timeline. So let me know where you're tuning in from or where that you see the advertisement. But like I said, we're just going to do an open topic. I'm just going to open up, and whatever y'all want to talk about, whether you want to talk about live streaming, which that's the thing that DJ is doing right now with the epidemic that we have. Everybody is going live streaming. The live streaming is the thing now. It wasn't that much of a big thing 4 or 5 months ago. But now, since we're in this epidemic crisis to where everybody is social distancing and staying at home to prevent from getting the COVID-19, that a lot of DJs are streaming online. Now, with streaming online is different than what you may have done before as for streaming, which I think mostly everybody, you either stream online or you didn't stream at all, because it was all where most of the time you may do a lot of video. So the thing with streaming live is something new to everybody. Some of them are starting out with doing the basics, but after a while they realize that the basics is not enough, it's not professional, or it doesn't have that professional look, so to say, and they need to ramp it up into something bigger and better. Now, when you first start streaming, you want to make sure that your equipment is good. You want to make sure that your sound is good and that you have good, clean audio. Another thing that I heard another DJ say, and this is very important too, because this is one thing I notice in every DJ that goes live. I notice the background. The background is something that I look at. I look at the person, I look at their position angle, I look at what equipment they have, and then I look at their background. If they have a junky and noisy background, that tunes me off automatically. I'm the type person that I would look through your background and just to find familiar stuff that I could recognize. That's something with me being a tech that catches my attention. But other than that, wait. Oh, excuse me. Background, make sure your background is clean. Make sure you got good audio and video. If you're a member of the Zone group and you need some help on that, I have 2 videos in there in the announcement section that you can go and check out on how to get your audio, especially your audio. Because one thing I can't stand is people that play with no good, clean audio, that play selfie club style, where they have their phone and the mic from the phone is picking up the music in the room. So it sounds like the bass is not clear. Certain frequencies are not clear, and especially the voice, where it sounds like they're distance away. So the thing I tell people now that's starting out, don't start with the phone. Move away from the phone, find something different. Some people like using the phone. I'm not going to jump into this. Some people like using the phone. The phone works for them. That's fine. But if you ask me my opinion, I'm going to tell you, go better than the phone. Go with the computer, because you got so many options as for what you can do after you do that. So, just if you're going to jump into it, jump into the deep end. Don't jump into the shallow. Jump straight into the deep end and just get it out the way. So like I said, tonight is open topic. Don't really have a topic. Don't really have nothing that we're going to talk about. I'm going to open up the room in a minute for guests, for anybody that wants to join in, and we just talk about whatever's going on. Let me see. One thing that's going on right now is that there is a new player on the field as for DJ live streaming. I'm sure a lot of you guys last week heard that Mixcloud now has a platform to where you can Mixcloud has a platform to where you can stream on their platform. It's a pay to play platform. You can stream on their platform and not get muted or booted, or basically your posts, your video isn't taken down, your audio isn't muted, and you can play all the way through. I did watch a video where the creators of Mixcloud were talking, and they mentioned how they were able to get past those humps as for the platform. Now, as for success stories, since it's in the beta trials, it hasn't been posted out to the public. So you can go on and stream, but nobody basically can't hear you other than people that have an account or that have a login access to that group, from what I hear. I don't know. I haven't created an account yet. I'm looking into it. But that's the thing right now. Now, the new player, And this has been, I think this has been out for a while. I'm not for sure how long that has been, but I heard about it as of last week, and I mentioned it in last week podcast. And that is playdj.tv, which is I guess it's a UK based subscription service to where DJs can play live. Right now, they have their platform open for free as of this morning. And I have an email. Let me see if I can pull it up. That they were having issues with, I think they were having issues with their server. They basically went over their bandwidth that they use. And so now they can't you can't stream onto their platform. And I think the cutoff was as of maybe 5 p.m. today or maybe 5 tomorrow. I saw a time that was listed that they will have their platform open where you can stream. All right, so I'm trying to pull that up. Let me see if I can find it. All right, here it is. Right here. Let me open it up so you guys can see it. Those of you that have an account already probably have already seen this. Let's make it a little larger. And right now, their platform is on pause. This is a letter from the founders. We opened Play DJ in a beta stage last month, hoping a handful of DJs to try it out and test the system for us to move forward. The response was outstanding, and the numbers grew at an exponential level. We were amazed and continued to develop as much as we could, as fast as we could, to keep the platform alive and free for you all to play in a licensed zone where viewers could easily watch. Unfortunately, live streaming costs a hell of a lot of money, and we have no investment backing behind us. What we've created is something that matches, or some say exceeds, existing platforms on a global market level, with one developer, a streaming tech, and a marketeer. We have put everything we had into keeping it alive for free for y'all, for all. However, we have far exceeded our bandwidth quota, which we allowed and budget for beta testing. It is with much regret that we need to place the site on pause from 5 p.m. 5th of May until such time where we have developed the site into a position where more finalized features and plans are in place. The future for the site will heavily revolve around you being able to monetize yourself online. With no live DJ gigs happening right now across the world, this is a key opportunity for you to generate income and then continue to do so outside normal gig hours when the world goes back to normal. Now, this will include your own branding profile page, your own channel subscription, your own pay-to-view events and shows. You can host free-to-view events with your own tip donation button. New live audio streaming feature with chat. Uploader for pre-recorded sets. Taking live DJ bookings and inquiries. View subscriptions to enter any paid for shows. We will also have a free user plan with a number of benefits that will give you the opportunity to then pay and earn as you go. As much as we won't want to go cold turkey on you, especially before the weekend. We have no other options right now. We hope that you understand. We also appreciate many of you will go and try other platforms, but this is the best that we can do without an investment. If you are an investor and would like an investment, then hit us up. In the meanwhile, we hope you stick around and see you back when we are ready to launch better than ever. This won't be too long. We will work as fast as we can. Peace and love. Keep on DJing. Charlie, Steve, and Tom, the Play DJ TV team. And that is the email that that they dropped. It was earlier this morning, where they're now put their platform on pause. So right now, if you try to stream on their platform, most likely you probably won't. So so we don't know exactly when they're gonna open it back up, because it looks like now they put themselves in a pickle and used up whatever whatever they had with their ISP. They've used that up, and now they don't have any time. So they're looking for investors. They started this without having any type of investment in, without any type of money. But I think that's what's going to happen when they come back. It's not going to be the way that it is right now in the beta, to where it's free. It's going to be, they're going to require maybe $29.99, $39.99, $19.99, something with a 99 on it, to where you can get the services that I stated a while ago. And they said they have free, but the free is going to be so limited. It may limit you to play to stream for 30 minutes or maybe 1 hour. Now, I'm thinking 30 minutes would probably be about the best that you can get for free. You get to stream for 30 minutes and that's it. You missed some of this. Don't they need license? I think. And what's up, Alan? Haven't seen you in a while, man. Hope all is well with you and your fam. But anyway, as what you were saying, you saying that you missed some of it. So you missed the message. You didn't. Did you catch the email? Because the email came out. Let me see. When did I get it this morning? Because I was up when I received it. About around 11:30. I received it about around 11:30 this morning, and they cut off all services as of 5 p.m. today. And I'm thinking that it's Eastern time, but they said 5 p.m. So, okay, you saw the last part of the email. Okay. Basically what they did, they created this platform. And unfortunately, the rights that they have overseas, as for licensing and copyrights and all that stuff, is different than what is here in the US. US probably has a lot more hoops that you have to jump through in order to get stuff legalized and with copyrights or whatever. That's how Mixcloud was able to get their platform on, because they were able to find a loophole and to be able to use that loophole to use it with live streaming. I think that it may change eventually, and then there's still stuff that they have to do, like with Mixcloud. One of the limitations that you can't do, you can't play 3 or more of the same artist songs in a row. So you can't do like a Prince tribute or a Biggie tribute or a Bad Boy. Well, that's a label, so that may be different. But as for an artist, you can't play 3 or 4 songs. And I heard that that's the same with internet radio and even commercial radio too. And the reason is that because because some people may do a whole artist catalog or maybe a whole album, and what that does, that cuts into the record sales. That's what I heard from the video. Now I'm gonna try to see if I can get in contact with the guys with Mixcloud and probably do an interview with them too. What I'm gonna start doing now, if I can't get people to join live as guests, I'm gonna do an interview with them in the middle of the week, like before the podcast. I'm gonna do an interview to where it's pre-recorded, so then when I start, I have something to play and fill in, and then after that, then we can go into discussion about it. Now I have an entertainment lawyer that I will be talking with on Thursday. We set it up for Thursday. We're going to do a one-on-one. I'm going to record the session, and then I'm going to play it back again next week. So if you haven't seen the post that I did in the zone, and Serato Nation, and maybe another couple other groups too, where you want to ask legal questions as for entertainment or whatever, add it in the comments so I can put it and ask her when I get ready to do the interview. And I need it before Thursday. Anybody that wants to submit a question, I need the question before Thursday. All right, let's see what else you said. Okay, you saw the email. Had one you mix flag because of that. Yeah, mostly. Yep. And I think you would get hit with that quicker. One of the questions that I'm going to ask, and I'm not going to mention all the questions that I have, is how the I keep forgetting the word, the process. What is it called again? I keep forgetting it begins with an A. Algorithm. How the algorithm for Facebook works. She may know that, she may not know that, but that's one of the questions that I'm going to ask, that I think that's real important. Let's see what else you said. And they got blocked. Yeah, if you try to do a mega mix with the same artist, 3 or more songs, and I think that's no matter how quick you blend them in, you fade them in and out, you're probably going to get shut down. That's another question that I need to add into. All right. What was I talking about? Mixcloud. Play TV. PlayDJ.tv. It's a new platform. It's easy. I went ahead and created an account. Only took me a few minutes to get it. I didn't actually do any streaming, but with the streaming that you can do, you're streaming from their URL. So it's playdj.tv / and then whatever username that you created after that, which takes the person directly to their page and then directly to your channel or to your stream on their page. And then you can share that with Twitter. You can share it with Twitter, and you can share it with Facebook, or you could just copy the link over to whatever platform that you want to do. Now, a question that some of the guys asked, and this was yesterday, there will be a lot of platforms. Mixcloud Live, it's just one. PlayDJ.tv is 2. There was one that somebody mentioned yesterday. I can't remember what the name of it was. That one was a 3. This morning on my timeline, I seen a 4th. I don't even know if I can pull that up. It was just something that just popped up on my timeline. And I don't remember. Let me see if I saved it. Usually stuff like that, I will save it. And I don't think I saved that one. Nope, I didn't save that one. And then also, if you didn't catch the podcast last week, I couldn't get to play the video. Let me go ahead and play that right now since I just saw it. Mark Zuckerberg, about a little bit over a week ago, on I think it was Friday, he made an announcement for changes that's going to be taking place for Facebook Messenger. Messenger is going into a format to where it's gonna resemble Zoom. Messenger Rooms, which is gonna be Facebook version of Zoom, is coming soon. Now, in that, he mentioned something that caught my attention. I'm sure it caught a lot of you guys' attention too, about streaming. And he mentioned streaming for DJs. He specifically mentioned DJs. Let me find that, and I'm going to play that real quick because I know exactly about where it is. So let me set that up. And hopefully I can get it to play without any issues. All right, let's see. Not even sure it's available anymore, is it? They take it down? I have it saved, but it's not playing. Okay, I'm gonna leave it up for a second. It's probably gonna take a minute, but I'm gonna tune in and I want to play that part. It was like near the very end of the video. And also he mentioned, which at this point it's gonna eliminate the need for anybody to use the application Yellow Duck, that Instagram will have you'll be able to stream from a computer, whether you're on Mac or whether you're on PC. You'll be able to stream from Windows or a computer platform. As for where usually on IG you can only stream from your phone, and the way that people used to get around doing it on a computer is to use Yellow Duck. Yellow Duck will take your Instagram server and streaming key and recreate it to where you can put it into OBS or whatever platform or whatever program or application that you want to use in order to be able to stream. And also, it's going to eliminate a lot of guys from streaming to Instagram on your phone, because at that time you can only do Instagram from a mobile device. You can't do it from a PC unless you have OBS and you use Yellow Duck. I'm not for sure whether you have to. I think you have to have Yellow Duck and OBS, or a program like maybe vMix or XSplit or whatever, any other video broadcasting software or program. Oh, another thing that I found out, and I haven't tested it yet, is that I found the application. Maybe somebody could test it. I haven't had time to test it yet. And with this application, you can On this application, you can stream to 2 or more platforms from your phone. I didn't think that was possible. I think I was looking for something on my phone and I ended up finding it. So I haven't had time to test it, but let me see. That's what I was looking for on my phone before I got interrupted with the message. Let's see if I can pull it up. And maybe somebody can test it and see exactly if it works or if it's any good. All right, let's see. Here we go. Move this screen down here. All right, let me share my screen. And like I said, this is I don't know how old this program is. Right now, I've only seen it on Apple because that's where I was looking. I ran across. It's called Live Everywhere Streaming, and you can says you can add your preferred channel, so you could probably stream to anywhere. Reviews on it is not good, but then there's not many. You only have 4 or 5 reviews, and it only got 2 stars out of those. So it may be something worth trying if you the type of person that streams from your iPad or your iPhone. You might want to check to see if it's also available on Android, on the Android platform, to where you can stream there. And the channels that they have is YouTube and Twitch. And then it also has Ustream, which I'm not familiar with that one. But I'm thinking that you can add your stream key and your server key to where you can stream to more than one. But that's just something I want to mention. If you somebody that streams from your phone, then that may be something right there that you want to try. All right, let's see what's going on. So, Alan, what have you been up to? I haven't heard from you in a while. So, what have you been doing to get to stay productive and sane? Okay, so you working from home, 16 hours a day. So I guess you're working with the work you're doing, you're handling different time zones as well. You're not handling this time zone and maybe central time zone, but you also have to remain available. You have to remain available for Pacific time zone if people on the West Coast need your assistance or whatever that you're doing. Okay, just a lot of work, nothing to do with time zone. They just working you extra, which I mean that's a good thing. You've been swamped since the shutdowns. Is that because people need to be set up to do work from home and you have to make sure that you you're able to assist them with whatever they need, or is it stuff that calls and stuff that you have to handle that takes more time doing it from home than what it would be if you was in the office? Oh, also, I don't know whether you heard, you may have saw this or not, and I don't know whether it's true or just something that I saw. I think somebody had posted. No, it's a new project. Just launched a new project on my team, and we. Okay, so you're working on something new. Now, as I was saying, I know that you and there was a few other people that have GoPros, and y'all were trying to figure out how to make the GoPros into webcams. Did you ever figure out how to do that? Because I know the GoPro has the only outputs that it has is an HDMI out. Because I think somebody post a app, a GoPro app. They have an app now that you can stream directly from the app to whatever social media or whatever it is that you want to stream. Won't work for GoPro unless you use a capture card. Yeah, like the Elgato HD 60 or something like that. Now, did you not hear that there's an app app that you can download? That's why I was trying to find out if that's true. Now, I may look at getting. Okay, you bought something. You got something like this. And see, this is the one that I got. I don't see where the other one is. I think I left it upstairs. It may be upstairs. This is one I got that. Oh, wait, no, it's up here. I switched it. The other one that I have, I took it and made it into my overhead. Probably can't see it real good. Should have used this one as my overhead. Because right now I'm getting rid of all my, well, all except for this webcam. I like this Microsoft webcam that I have right here. But I sold 2 of 3 of my Logitech webcams, so I can upgrade to the Blackmagic ATEM Mini. I would like to get the Mini Pro, which is the new one, and it adds another $200 to it. But I don't know. I may stick to the Mini because just selling those 3 cams will be enough for me to get it, plus whatever HDMI cables that I need. And with items like the GoPro and the action cam, because the action cams have a HDMI port on it as well as a micro USB, so you can use it as a webcam in both aspects. You can use it as a USB webcam, you can use it as an HDMI camera, and so both of them have HDMI, so I plan on using that to get the best resolution out of it, plus DSLR camera, and then I got some Sony cameras too, and they have 1080 or close, 1080 resolution. So I had planned on using those as an upgrade and using the Blackmagic as my switcher. Let's see what you said. Let's see, Elgato. Yep, I think that's live for GoPro. Tried it before, it works. So you can't, it's a standalone program. You can't implement it into another application like you can with with OBS. I think it's OBS Cam, which allows you to take your iPhone or your Apple device and plug it into USB and use it as a webcam, but with less latency than you would if you was doing it wireless. So I don't know. I thought about maybe picking up another action cam like the ones that and I mean action cam will serve a purpose to me, because now since we're certified divers, when this all clears up, we still got two dives. We still got two dives that we haven't done. And I use one of these cameras. I think I use this one up here. I use this one to record the actual certification of the dive, and I need to take the video off that. And this one I haven't used because this button, the actual shutter button or the start button is broken. So it comes with a remote. I have to either use the remote or I have to set it to automatically record in the settings. But these are cameras that I use right now, and I thought about getting an inexpensive but good definition GoPro to use as an action cam, because they're easy to mount. Like this one, I can put almost anywhere with this type of stand. I could just wrap it around anything and it'll hold real well when I have it wrapped right. So that's the thing I like about action cams. And I mean, you have to have a long cable, of course, but I mean, you can get a long cable easy. Let's see, what else going on now. What have you been doing DJ wise? I saw recently that you've been doing stuff with backgrounds. Because I saw you was doing something, and I don't know what type of backgrounds you were using, but you were doing something with a background, and it caught my attention. I listened to it like several times. It was a freestyle. You had a freestyle battle, and it was Method Man. I think it was Method Man and Black Thought that they were doing like a freestyle battle, and that caught my attention. I listened to it, and you kept cutting it. And I'm like, man, why is he cutting it? This was getting real good, because I think it was one of them that I never heard before, but it was getting real good, and you ended up cutting it. Either you ended up cutting it, or now have you created it from scratch, or you just downloaded stuff? Okay, the freestyles won't get flagged. Yep, that's right, because it's not published. It's not published material. The only thing you can get flagged with a freestyle battle is the beat that they use. So if you ever get flagged while playing a freestyle battle, then it's not the vocals, it's the music that they're rapping to. So you kind of have to watch for that. You created them from scratch. What do you use? What did you use? I mean, you downloaded the motion or the images. Create the background from scratch. Because that's why I want to learn to do graphics now. I want to learn Photoshop, Illustrator, Lightroom, all that. I have all that ready to start using and to learn how to do it. Photoshop is primarily first, because the thing I need to make a background. I mean, not a background. I need to make a logo. I don't have a logo officially that I use. I want to use something that I can create and also maybe have copywritten or trademarked or whatever So that's one thing that I want to work on. Okay, so far, most of them I took an image. Oh, excuse me. Photoshop. Okay, got you. Now, have you been going live? Have you been testing it live? So right now, anybody that's listening, what are the platforms that's safe? Oh man, okay. Thought I had cut the image off. What platforms? Okay, you've done it a couple times. What platforms are safe for DJs to be on? Of course, a lot of you said my audio is low or your audio is low, or you saying the audio in your recordings is low. Okay, got new person subs, BSC. You want Illustrator to make your logos. I have not opened or installed Illustrator yet. So is Illustrator more easier to use than Photoshop? Or you could do a lot more detail than you could do with Photoshop? That's what I'm trying to find out. Which one will I need to start with? Oh, subconscious. What's up? Not exactly. Illustrator is vector base. Okay, so basically make it more three-dimensional. Scale the image up and down. Okay, without getting let's see, scale the image up and down without getting it pixelated. Photoshop is a raster. Once you make it bigger, it starts distorting. Okay, I got you. And Illustrator doesn't do that. Got you. All right. So what are the safe platforms right now? What's the platform that's out there right now to where you can get less less mutes, less booting, to where you can stay on? All right, gotcha. So I don't know if you caught what I just said a while ago. I found so basically, okay, Facebook and Instagram. Say YouTube will demonetize your archive. Twitch will mute the archive. I haven't really tried them except for just testing. Just like I don't know if you saw earlier. I added this one right here. I found this one on the iPhone if I actually downloaded it, but I haven't tried it yet. But this one allows you to stream to 2, 3, or more different platforms. I guess it depends on if you have all your information, like the stream server and the server key, the stream key to put in. Mixcloud is the only open one. But it's so new. It's still in the beta. So, I mean, only people that can really hear it and have the main effect of it are DJs. So that kind of like Restream. Yep, kind of like Restream for the iPhone, but you don't have the ability to view your comments. So there's somebody that wants to stream from their phone, which is probably why I haven't tested, because I'm not really into that. But I did have some people that asked me in the beginning if it was possible for them to stream multi-platforms for their phone. But I'm like, okay, why would you want to do that? But this allows you to be able to do that if you want to have that option. So what has everybody been doing to stay productive? You know, a lot of you guys are like working DJs, so I mean, this may be hurting you a lot. That we've gone about 6 weeks, if not that, where you haven't been doing any gigs. A lot of money has been passed up, and stuff has been canceled or whatever. But what are you doing to make it through this time, even if you to where you what's the word that I'm trying to say, to where you stay active in the DJ aspect. And let me see if I got that video ready. Go back to my screen. I'm gonna open up the room for anybody that wants to join me in the live discussion in a few minutes. Right now, I'm trying to find this article where Zuckerberg mentioned but I don't think this allowed me to play anymore. Let's see. Have it just won't play. Let's see. We created a group channel that keeps me. Okay, so you got something to keep you grounded and involved. Let's see. Atlanta DJ Collective. Yep, I found it right here. But it's not playing. Let me see if I can find a better video. Okay, I think you was on with me last week, right? I'm seeing a different name. I like 40 DJs going. So you basically have like an internet radio station. Trying to find that video. Okay, that's how y'all run it. You run it like a anything else you guys want to talk about before I find this clip? After a while, I'm gonna get anybody that wants to join on live. And it was Messenger. Not constantly on, but most of the evenings and some afternoons. Okay. Okay, I found the video. I just need to find the section, which is like close to the end. Now, I think this Messenger Rooms is not going to have a whole lot of benefit for DJs, because even though he's setting it up to where you can charge, you create a room or a group, and then you charge people to come in that room or group. It's not, oh, this is not the right video. It's kind of hard in here. I need to go and get a fan. All right, let me step out for a second. I need to run and get me a fan because we're tuned down. The lights are not really that hot. I could probably turn one of them off. But I got other stuff on in here, and it's killing my eye. So I will be right back. Also, I'm going to get some water. I need something to drink. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I am back. I had to go and get me a fan and some water to drink because it was starting to get a little hot down here. So what I was looking for, the video. Looking for the video with Zuckerberg, and it was like a 38-minute video. Okay, I don't need my headphones on right now, so I can leave them off. It now is the Facebook rooms thing. Now is do y'all hear any noise, any ambient noise, or any room noise coming from the fan that may be going into my mic? Make sure that I'm not getting any type of noise into the mic. Where's his video? I'm trying to find this video. He had a video that was like 40, almost 40 minutes. All right, thanks. And that was the thing that I heard in the video. Did he take that video down? I can't even find it. Let's see, I think I found it. Now, also, what I just mentioned a while ago, I don't know if y'all heard that you can also do video. You can also do video from your computer from Instagram. It'll be no longer just for your mobile device only, which means it'll leave it easier to stream from Instagram without the use of Yellow Duck or any other program that you would need to stream from Instagram. You can go directly from, and here's that. Well, let me find that video first. It's all right. Can y'all hear the audio? The audio from the video? Haven't shown it yet, but all right. Now I'm gonna start from this part. This is where he talks about live video, and he mentioned probably maybe about 2 minutes, a minute or so into this, you hear him say DJs, and that was a thing he said that caught my attention when he mentioned DJs and music. So I'm gonna play it, and you can hear it up to that point. Okay, you said no sound. Okay, hold on, let me see, because I think I may have disabled some audio. Open up my control panel. There's still no sound. Yeah, my mic may be picking up. Let me trying to find out. I think I may have something disabled. I think I may have something disabled that go to my mixer. All right, let me stop this for a minute because I think I got to go and change some sound options in Chrome. Let me see if I can make. All right, let me play now. Tell me if you can hear the audio. What about now? Same. Okay, so I didn't make any changes there. All right, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna cup it down toward my mic. This will probably pick up a little bit louder. I don't know if it's gonna feed back because I know I probably made a change somewhere. It's window shared. I'm sharing. Now tell me if you hear this. And this is the intro music that I play. Now tell me if you hear the music that's playing right now. Should be some music. Nope, don't hear anything. Testing. Let me see if it's something with my mic settings. All right, let me enable some stuff. What about now? Still nothing. Nope. Shh. Now, either what I just did was too much or it was still nothing. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was too much. I didn't need to do that. Plus, I enabled one of my the webcam mic. I need to disable that. All right, let me try this. All right, let me go back to that video.
Or potentially larger public audiences like what we're doing here today. And every day across Facebook and Instagram, there are more than 800 million.
All right, let me go back to that video. Okay, I'm watching the restream with y'all, so and the volume on the video is loud. Okay, I'm watching the restream with y'all, so and the volume on the video is loud. Yeah, it was distorted. Okay, I'm watching the restream with y'all, so the volume on the video is loud. Yeah, it was distorted. I'm watching the restream with y'all, so the volume on the video is loud. Okay, I'm just gonna play it through my headphones and the mic. Hopefully it won't be too loud.
Instagram Lives on your computer. And this is important during this period.
There may be some type of delay.
Is that while we're all at home, by definition, we're not the primary together. So we actually have already begun rolling this out.
Take that mic off. Okay, I'm just gonna play it through.
So that is Messenger Rooms.
All right, here we go with live.
Last category that I want to talk about today is live video. And compared to video calling and video rooms, live video is mostly used for broadcasting to groups of friends, groups in a community, or potentially larger public audiences like what we're doing here today. And every day across Facebook and Instagram, there are more than 800 million daily actives that engage with live video. So, these three use cases, they do overlap. So for example, sometimes you want to do a video call, or you want to set up a video room, and then you want to go live from there. And we already have a feature called Live With on Instagram, which lets two people basically go live from a video chat that they're having together. And today, we're bringing that feature back to Facebook too, launching Live With soon as part of Facebook Live. And of course, during this period where we're sheltering in place, a lot of lives that would have historically just been two people getting together in person now are happening with Live With. So this is something that a lot of people have asked for during this period. Now, before COVID, the outbreak began, we saw many people use live to stream large physical events. But now, what we're seeing is that a lot of these events are happening primarily online. And whether that's the Pope holding a virtual mass on Facebook Live, or DJs hosting dance parties on Instagram.
All right, this is where it starts. It starts right here. That was the attention. That's when he got my attention mostly, to where I listened to what he said. So it's about the 32, 38, 32:40 minute mark. 32 minutes, 40 seconds. All right, here's what he said about that.
Instagram Live, we're just seeing people around the world starting to use live video presence as the primary part of their events that they're holding. So as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, to make this easier, we've pivoted the Facebook events team to build tools to help people create Facebook events for online events that you want to hold. And if they're larger public events, then we're going to help you set up a live stream and organize a large public event around it. If what you're trying to do is organize a smaller private event, then we're going to help you set up a messenger room and organize a smaller event around that. Importantly, we're also going to make it so that you can charge a fee for people to attend your event. And we think that that's important to help people build businesses during this period. Whether what you're trying to do is an online performance, or teach a class, or hold some kind of professional conference, our hope is that by making it so that you can charge a fee, we hope that this is going to help support creators and small businesses that rely on in-person services. We hope to support them a bit more during this period. Now, last but not least, we are going to be bringing Instagram Live to desktop web. So you're going to be able to.
All right, that's what he said about that. I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna let it play a little bit more because this right here is where he talks about making Instagram to where it's not only a mobile application, but it can also be used on PC, which means it makes it much more easier to stream from like OBS and other programs than trying to stream from your phone, or if you are streaming from your computer, having the use of a third-party application like Yellow Duck. This is what he said about that.
Watch Instagram Lives on your computer. And this is important during this period because what we're seeing is that while we're all at home, by definition we're not mobile, right? So we're still using our phones, but we're also using our computers and bigger screens more. And in a lot of ways that can be a better experience. So now what we're going to do is on Instagram, you're going to be able to engage with live videos on a bigger screen during this period while you're at home, and we'll keep that going afterwards too. All right, so overall, we're very focused on making sure that we can deliver for you the tools that you need to feel present with the people that you care about, even when during this period where we can't be together in person. And when it comes to delivering video presence, we're focused on building the best experiences across all of the categories that I've talked about today, across video calling, across video rooms, and across live video. And I just want to end by saying that I know that this is a challenging period for so many of us around the world. And my hope here is that the work that we're trying to do to help all of you stay connected during this period, but also to assist with the health response to COVID and to help with the economic recovery for individuals and small businesses. My hope is that we can make a difference during this time and in the months ahead. I do think it's going to be a long road ahead, but I am optimistic that we can adapt, that we can do the right things, and that we're going to get through this together. So thank you for tuning in. I hope all of you continue to stay healthy and safe and grounded during this period, and I look forward to seeing all of you again soon.
Now, I let the rest of it play because he said, I listened to what he said and take note of what he said to see exactly where what he may see may come into future play. So basically, let's go back to the DJ thing. What he mentioned about the DJ and being able to monetize and charge a fee for going into a room, a group, or whatever, that I'll probably say all that was still behind the D Nice incident that he watched. He saw that this DJ was streaming, had 200,000 plus people that were tuned in, and said, okay, we need to do a platform for the DJs. If one person is getting this much, we need to figure out a way to make it happen. Of course, he did not mention what it will take in order to get through the copyrights. Now that is going to be answered next week when I do the one-on-one with Shay Lawson. Hopefully I'll be able to get the answers from her as for what's going to happen in that case. So make sure that you tune in next week. It's going to be a pre-recorded session. It's going to be already recorded. We're going to I'm going to meet with her, or we're going to chat online this week. and I'm gonna pre-record it for next week where I'm gonna be answering a lot of those questions. If y'all do have any questions on the entertainment side, from an entertainment attorney or lawyer standpoint, just go ahead, post them here, post them into the comments here, and I could add them at the end of this session, or I may add them in a little while or whatever. Yeah, he was being it was super vague, and a lot of questions that people had about that was okay, what is he going to do about the copyrights? Now, here's my take on it. Okay, now he said you can create a group and charge a fee. Now, gamers do that now on Twitch, and I think on YouTube, or I know for sure Twitch, where they charge for you to come in and watch them play. Some guys make a lot of money, some guys make no money, or whatever. Now, how that is going to work on the DJ side, I don't know how it's going to work. It's not going to be the same as like a club or some type of party environment where a person is coming in, they're checking out your music. Because the thing is, the attention span with the human is only so long. My attention is so long. Whenever somebody's doing the mix, if I'm not hearing anything in the next 20 seconds, if I'm not hearing a track that I want to hear, if I'm not seeing something in the background, if it's not enough visual as well as audible behind that person to catch my attention, then I'm out. Usually with most people, if it's somebody that I've been working with to help them with the OBS or whatever, I'll probably stay a little bit longer to hear what flaws and critique basically what they need to do to get things a little bit better. Like if their sound is not good, usually stuff like that catches my attention and I'll stay a little bit longer. But if it's somebody, their sound is good and, they haven't contacted me for any assistance or anything, if it's not really good to captivate, and that's going to be the thing, you have to captivate each person differently. Everybody is not going to be following the same suit as for attention wise. So you got to find a way to get Joe's attention as well as Jane's attention. So you got to find that common ground to be able to get them on that one plane. And when you're doing video, it's a whole lot harder. It's a whole lot harder to captivate the attention of somebody that's not in front of you. When you're in a club or some type of environment, venue, or whatever, when you can see the people and be able to read, then that's different. So as for what he said, I don't know how that's going to play out. It's only going to be I'm thinking it may only work for high level DJs, mostly maybe EDM DJs, people that will pay for the artist or the DJ regardless of what they play, because they know what he's going to pay. I don't know any DJ out there that can charge, let's say, the minimum $5. I mean, if you have enough that people now are tipping, and with this epidemic that we're going through, some people should be tipping. I mean, unless their position hasn't changed. They're an essential worker or somebody that's working and they still getting a paycheck regardless. Matter of fact, they may be saving more money because they don't have to travel to and fro to a location. Or also, like what Alan said earlier, he's working from home, but he's working more hours. But the thing is, he doesn't have to leave home to work those hours. He's working them from the comforts of his home or whatever. So he's in the green. He's in the green instead of the red. But everybody is not in that situation. You do have people that, okay, I'll tip you something, you know, things have been good for me, my position haven't changed or whatever. But looking for people that's gonna say, hey, I want to come and watch you play. I'm gonna pay $5, whatever the cost is or whatever. You're not gonna have, unless you have a huge following, it it probably won't work. You either have to have a huge following or event that's blown out, just blown out in every way. You got performing elephants over here, seals over here, flamethrower back there. You got everything to captivate people's attention. That's the only way that I can see that you get an idea. But what's your take on it? Let me see what you guys in the comments have to say about what he said. And I'm gonna go ahead and do this now. If you want to change your seating to where you are and join me here, I'm about to post the live. So click on this link right here. Click on the link that I just put in the comments. Accept the mic and your webcam if you have one. Not necessary, but it's good to see a visual of who's here. And you pop up into my backstage screen or whatever, then I can bring you on screen and we can discuss it live. And I have enough area for 5 people. So I have a seat for 5. Anybody wants to come on and we can discuss it live. And usually at that point, it goes twice the conversation, and this podcast goes twice as long. Right now, I'm up to 2 hours. This is already at the 2-hour mark. I should be ending it at this time, but I'm opening the doors right now. Anybody that want to join in, let me restart to fix the camera. Okay. All right, cool. Alan, you still here? You want to jump in? Trying to see what else did I want to talk about. Oh, there's a new player. Well, I did mention that, playdj.tv. I want to know, has anybody actually, I know some people said that they tried to get on and they couldn't. So I want to know what's the issue where you can't get to the stream. Like I said, if you want to join live, here is the link. I just posted it in the comments. You can click on, I bring you on screen, and we can go at this live. We're going to cut it down to about 15 minutes because I use up mostly all my time every month when I open up the doors. So right now I'm at about an hour, 53 minutes on the time, which time should you go by fast. All right, so let me see what else is going on. Okay, now this doesn't look right. GoPro camera. $60 for a GoPro 8 Black. Now, I know a lot of the stuff that's posted on your timeline is just really, really, really bad. I mean, Facebook needs to start screening this stuff more because some of the stuff be enticing. It'd be like, oh man, that's a good deal. Okay, this looks like an actual. The Hero 7 Black for $50. The Max for $60. Hero 7 Silver 70 $50. Hero 8 Black $60. All right, like I said, if you want to join live, seats are open. Right now, I'm just going through looking for stuff. Okay, did you? Yeah, you need to click on. Okay, there we go. I see you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now. There we go.
Okay.
Now you're
Supposedly
not
use this
getting
page.
back from the fan, are you?
I hear a little bit, but it's okay.
Just
It's not
turn
bad.
it. All right. So what's your take on what he said?
So
Did you catch it the first time?
yeah, I heard it. Yeah, so my whole thing with Facebook is the whole thing, regardless of all the stuff that he's talking about, the problem is there's not a license that exists for what we're doing and for it to be legal, like how in the club they have the license that the club can pay for, that pays for the rights for us to play in the club and play copyrighted music. That doesn't exist for streaming online, and they, for whatever reason, never thought that it would be a good idea to create it. So now we're at a point where it's kind of needed, but I don't know. I guess I mean I don't know all the logistics behind it, but I'm guessing maybe probably there's some legislation that would have to be written for it. I don't know, but it doesn't exist. So all of that stuff that he's talking about really isn't going to change the fact that, like what you were saying before, single DJs doing a set, putting it on their page, that's still they still gonna get kicked off. That's not going to change at all. What might change though is if you do in a room, it's a private room, and now it's no different than if you're playing in your house and you got people over at your house and you're playing just for them, and they'll probably look the other way for something like that. You start monetizing it, I don't know how that's going to work. That's why I say it's super vague, and there's a lot of what ifs that still exist for what he's talking about. But I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny how he mentioned DJs briefly, but he didn't really elaborate on how it really affects DJs. Because I've seen festivals streaming through Facebook. I've sat, like, I'm sitting here working, and I'll scroll on my laptop and scrolling through Facebook, and I'll see the whatever festival was on, and Jazz just playing, or it just Elba. I saw him playing at a festival one time, and I just left the stream playing for a while, and it's all taken care of ahead of time. So of course they don't get kicked off or anything like that. It's this multi-million-dollar festival, but that those same rules don't apply for us. The little guy, the one guy that's just in his house trying to play some music for his friends, family, and the people that follow him. That none of that stuff applies to us. It's a whole different thing that they got to create for us, and I don't hear anybody talking about that being created. So I'm kind of at the point where I don't really see Facebook or Instagram, which is basically Facebook, as a viable place for us to play. So that's why when you see me go in a group and it probably looks like I'm being a jerk and arguing with everybody about, yo, go to Twitch, go to Twitch, go to Twitch. There's a reason why I'm saying that. Long before this whole pandemic and everything, I was doing research for months. Just a little history on me. I've been doing online streams for probably about 15 years. I did streams, audio only streams on internet radio stations for a while. There's a site, Mixler.com. I did a stream on there for about a year. So I've been doing that for a minute, and I was kind of getting a bug to do it again. But I was like, there's a lot of platforms to stream on now, and now we got video incorporated. What's the best way to go? And I started looking at all the different platforms, and then I started seeing people in this group talking about, yo, I'm getting kicked off Facebook all the time. What do you do? Copyrights. So I was like, man, Facebook seemed like the way to go now that they got the live feature. So I was like, well, let me see what else, what other options is there, way around it. And I'm just seeing everybody saying all these different things. And that's why I laugh when everybody be posting the disclaimers, because like the disclaimers don't do nothing but snitch on yourself. Like I said that earlier.
Catch up behind it.
Not even without the Cash App, because that's something people just really starting to catch on doing. And like, so that's what I was saying about that too. I was like, yeah, if you can't really see around the rest of my room, you see records behind me, but this room is partially a game room too. It's a studio and a game room. So I'm on both sides of that. And so I've been watching stuff on Twitch. I've streamed games on Twitch years ago. So I've understood, that whole world as well. And they've been monetizing. They got images that you could put at the bottom where you put like your schedule, when you're going to be on, your about, and there's one for tips. There's services specifically designed for you. Click that little tips icon, and then it takes you to where you can pay through PayPal. You send it through this one company and it sends it to your PayPal. Like, all of this stuff has been created and it exists. So people throwing their Cash App up there, that's something they just started doing, and that ain't had nothing to do with them getting kicked off. They just getting kicked off because they don't have the right to play, the legal right to play what they playing. And no matter what way you try to flip it, you just don't have the right to play it. You don't own the copyright. As a producer too, I could say this: you don't own the copyright to the song. Just because you bought a copy doesn't mean that you can play it, because there's a whole thing of performance rights. You don't have the rights to do that because there's no license for you to do that online. And until that exists, you're screwed. You're gonna fall into this whole algorithm thing. And the algorithm, that whole thing, that comes from SoundCloud. That started with SoundCloud. A bunch of people started going on SoundCloud posting copyrighted songs, not being producers themselves, just basically turned it into a new Napster by posting stuff on there. And then there's people making SoundCloud rippers. So this company comes up with this algorithm that'll look for those songs, gets all the record labels on board, and then goes to SoundCloud and say, implement this into your site. Now, everybody's stuff's getting taken down on SoundCloud, including myself. I do a remix to something. I did a remix to an Adele song, and it got taken down because I put Adele's name in the title of the song. The algorithm didn't pick up her vocals. It picked up that I put her name in the title, and I figured that out because I did an Aaliyah remix. I slightly altered the title of the song, didn't put her name in it, still put her picture on the cover art. It still got her vocals in the song, and it's still there. So sometimes there's ways to trick it, but that's how SoundCloud works. Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and probably Periscope too, all use that same algorithm. It's just how they use it that's different. So that's what I keep talking about in the group. Facebook and Instagram use it on the fly. While you're live, it's listening. It doesn't read that disclaimer. Algorithms don't read. It's just listening for that audio. It's looking for the waveforms to match. So that's why people keep talking about mix fast, talk over it, scratch a lot, play sound effects. All of that stuff, yeah, that works to some extent, but where's the fun in that? You know what I'm saying? People want to hear the song. They don't want to hear you constantly talking over the song and playing air horns, going constantly over the song. They don't want that. So that doesn't, it'll work to some extent, but eventually it'll probably still hear something. All it needs is a couple of seconds to hear it. So that's really not the solution to the problem. And then, so that's Facebook and Instagram. YouTube, that's what I was saying before. YouTube, it only looks at the archive after your stream is done, and it saves a copy of it to your channel, and then people can watch it later. So just kind of like how it does on Facebook when it saves the video. But the way that it does it is it'll go through, and this happens even with YouTube videos. If you pre-create a video and upload it, it does the same thing. It'll analyze that video and see if there's any copyrighted audio in it, and it will demonetize it and give the money that video generates to the copyright owner. And it's done this for videos that I've uploaded, that I put songs in from it. People always say play indie stuff. Let me tell you how that doesn't work. I got a friend that has a record label. I've released stuff on his record label. I placed some of his songs to help promote his label through some videos that I was doing. I put the video up. I got his permission ahead of time. I asked him to make sure it was okay. Put the videos up. YouTube demonetized the video. I went back to him and I said, hey, YouTube demonetized the video with your songs in it. And he's like, yeah, they do that all the time. When we put our own songs up on our record label's channel, they'll demonetize those videos too. We just have to dispute it and they'll release it. So it doesn't matter whether it's independent, because those independent labels still got to go through a distributor. That distributor has a contract with the company that makes the algorithm. So you're still going to get caught. There's no way around it. There's no way around
right
it.
now.
Like, this is what I'm saying. So I've gone through the research on all this stuff. That's why I keep trying to just share the information that I've been picking up over the months. But now Twitch, the reason why I say go to Twitch is because Twitch doesn't listen while you're live. I did a 4-hour print stream on the 21st. 4 hours. I stopped when I was ready. So it doesn't listen then, but it will go through the archive. That entire video was muted. The entire thing.
After you went and played it back?
After it was over with, yeah. Now, what I tell people to do is do your stream on Twitch, and then when you're done, go into, there's a video manager There you have, click your little icon to give you the menu, like where the settings are. There's video manager. You click on that and you can see the video. And that's where you can get the link to go share that video or whatever. But in that menu, there's where next to the video, you click on that and there's an option to download it. You can download the video. Now you can take that video and you can do whatever with it that you want. You can take the whole video and post it up somewhere else where to be safe, put it in your Google Drive and give people the link to that. However you want to do it. What I do is I take the video and I rip the audio out of it. I take that audio and put it up on my Mixcloud and my SoundCloud. And then I share that. So even if the video gets muted, which apparently is getting faster now. It used to take like 4 or 5 days for Twitch to start muting audio. I noticed just in this last week, it's doing it in like 2 days.
Yeah,
So
got more people doing it. They probably have another platform set up to handle that type of load.
Right, exactly. And another thing, so right at the same time that Mixcloud started doing their live streaming, Twitch hired, I forget what his exact position was, but it was an executive from Spotify to handle their music division. And this same person that worked for Spotify also used to work for YouTube and is the one that created the Creator Studio on YouTube. So this particular person is actually who you want to be doing something and working on the music related stuff, because and for streaming, because they've been on both sides of that before even going to Twitch. And I can tell they're doing something because, one, the video got muted faster, and two, I know this is minute, but every game on Twitch has the little box art representing that's what game is in, people are playing in this section. For music and performing arts, the picture was some headphones and some instruments and some paint brushes and some different things. Now it's just a pair of DJ headphones. They see that something is going on and they know that they need to make some changes and implement some stuff specifically for us. And they're working on something. It's just a question of what they're actually doing and when it's coming out. So that's why I keep telling people, get on Twitch now, because things are moving. Jazzy Jeff's on there. DJ Craze is on there. Z-Trip is on there. Questlove is on there. I mean, just everybody is on. Diplo just did a set on, like, everybody is on there. So, you know, and they're moving to that, and that's their primary platform, the focus, platform they're focusing on. They multi-stream, but the multi-stream, that's literally just to pull people to one place. So people scared that they don't want to go to Twitch because they don't want to have to rebuild their audience. We got into a big debate about that in the zone the other day.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I wouldn't mind having 50 people on YouTube, 20 people on Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
and 100 people on Twitch, because YouTube is probably going to cut out. So then that's 20 people. Either if they want to stay, man, just click the YouTube link.
Mm-hmm.
And then if something happened to that, then just,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you create a platform to where if something happens, people can still be able to tune you in without having to go and create an account.
Right.
So if you're using Restream, you use the 3 biggest ones, or however many. If you want to get the full version, you could go the whole gamut. You can put everybody down.
Right.
And so,
because I don't really even like to multi-stream,
mm-hmm.
because when I was doing gaming, I realized that was dividing my audience. And you really couldn't, so like what you were talking about before with that app, you can't see the chat. With Restream, you can see the chat.
Mm-hmm.
You can see all the chats in their Restream chat. You can see all the different chats from all the platforms in one place, but the people in all those different platforms can't see that. So you're responding to somebody on Twitch, and somebody watching on YouTube or Facebook is confused as to what the hell you're talking about. So, you know, it divides your audience. But for what we're doing now, multi-streaming is not a bad idea, especially with Facebook. I still haven't really done it because Facebook live streaming is so wonky. But and I was fighting with it the other day. But a lot of the guys on our channel do actually stream to Facebook. And what they always do in the caption that they put on the Facebook stream is the link to the Twitch channel and say, this video is probably going to get disconnected. I'm not going to reconnect it here. If we get dropped off, click this link and come over to Twitch because we still going over there. I've heard Jazzy Jeff say that. I've heard Just Blaze say that. Like that's what that's the thing. Use the multi-stream. People are scared to bring their audience or scared to move over to another platform because their audience is not going to follow. That's how you get them to follow.
Yep.
Is use that as a marketing tool for your new platform and say, hey, this is where it's at. Then they start coming over there, and then you can let them know. Right, exactly. You can let them know, I don't have to have you don't have to have an account to come over here and watch. You don't need an app. You can watch it through the website. But if you get the app, just like, you know how you go on the YouTube app, you ever go on the YouTube app on your phone and accidentally exit out of it and it just minimizes the video on the screen, and then you can still go on the other. Twitch does that.
It does that for Twitch too?
Yeah, the Twitch app does that. So you can multitask on your phone and still have the stream playing. But you can't do that on any other platform besides YouTube. So that's another thing. That's what I hate about Instagram Live. I refuse to do Instagram Live. As many people are over there, I refuse to do it because you have to stay in that live. You can't keep scrolling through Instagram and have that going. None of that. Once you come out, you out, and you got to go back in if you want to keep going. So that what he was talking about in that video, I hope that if you can stream from the computer, that you can watch lives from the computer too, because right now you can't. So hopefully they make a change with that. That'll be great. But I still don't really see that as a viable option, to be honest. I think people only really doing it because D-Nice did it. That's really the only thing there. But use those. The point is, though, use those platforms to push people over to the platform that you want to make your permanent home, the one that's actually going to benefit you. And especially now, if you got most DJs have a SoundCloud account so they can post mixes up or something like that, right? They got the SoundCloud Pro account. You got a SoundCloud Pro account, they can fast track you to affiliate status on Twitch. Once you're an affiliate, you have monetization options. You get ad revenue. You can take donations anyway. The tips, you could do that regardless. You just set that up at the bottom, or put your Cash App in the thing. But now, instead of people just following you, people can subscribe to you. When they subscribe to you, that costs money, and you get half of that. So it's like $5, and you get half of that. Twitch gets half, you get the other half. And so you try to push people to subscribe. But of course, there's the thing: people don't want to spend money, right? So Amazon owns Twitch. If you have Amazon Prime account, you can link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, and then you can subscribe to one channel through using your Amazon Prime to pay for it and do it for free. And you still get revenue from that. So there's all kind of different ways that you can actually generate revenue from Twitch, from the channel that we have. So what we've been doing this lockdown for maybe about a month and a half now, give or take. Well, a couple months. So about a month and a half, we've been doing our channel. We've generated close to $100, and that's without even really pushing people to donate or anything like that. We just been more so telling people, hit subscribe, use your Amazon Prime and subscribe. And then people can gift subscriptions too. So we got some people that do that. Some people will come in and they'll buy a subscription and give it to somebody else because they already got one. I'm giving you one. Now you got one. And then there's benefits people get for subscribing. You can have like little emojis, special emojis that they only subscribers get. And there's different levels of subscribers. So like we got different icons for like bronze, silver, and gold. So the higher you go up, your icon changes and it shows that you're at a different status because you went up that other level. So there's different options that you can add on there, and it's way more than I can even explain right now. But it's a lot to it, and Twitch is the main platform that has all of that. YouTube has a little bit of that, but everything YouTube has live stream wise is an afterthought because they were trying to figure out how to get into Twitch's market, because Twitch has been around streaming. It wasn't even called Twitch in the beginning. They've been around for a really long time, and they've got really the market cornered when it comes to live streaming. Nobody has the features that they have. They're constantly they have their own convention now called TwitchCon. So I mean, they're huge, and they so Facebook, that's the other thing about Facebook. Everybody is expecting Facebook to make changes. What he just announced in that video is really surprising that they even or thinking about doing those particular changes. And really, it's stuff that they had done before. They took away. They're gonna bring back, or stuff that's on Instagram. They're gonna add to Facebook. It's nothing really technically new about the stuff that he's suggesting or saying that they're gonna add, and who knows when they're actually gonna add it. But that's Facebook. They don't really come up with anything new. They either buy a company that has it already and integrates that into their platform, or if they can't buy that company, they just take everything that company does and integrates that into their platform. So that's why they own Instagram, because they wanted that. They bought it. It was sold to them. They got it. They wanted Snapchat. Snapchat wouldn't sell. So they took all the Snapchat features and added to Instagram. That's why you got the stories. So that's just Facebook. That's how they work. So I really don't have any faith in Facebook making any changes that's going to be viable for us. And the way I look at the situation is like being in a abusive relationship. You're going to stay in that relationship and wait for somebody, wait and hope till tomorrow that the relationship's going to be better, that they're going to stop beating on you, or you're going to get out that relationship and go somewhere else. That's that's how I see it. That's how I see it. So that's why I went straight to Twitch, because I had already done the research. I was already looking at it. A friend of mine suggested, hey, we all should do something together. And I was like, you know what? That's a great idea. I already did the research. I already know where we need to go. And we put the thing together, and it popped off really quick. So like I said, it's Atlanta DJ Collective. We got like 40 approximately DJs that rotate out. We got some that do weekly shows, some do shows multiple times a week. Some people come and do one-offs here and there, depending on their schedule. We try to do special events. We did one for a friend of ours for his birthday. He's super important to us in our scene, and I probably should say what I play. I'm one of those EDM DJs they talk about a lot in the group. I play drum and bass primarily, but I also play a hip hop, and I'm really multi-genre, but drum and bass is primarily what I'm known for. And he's one of our big mainstays in our scene. And since we couldn't have an actual party for him for his birthday, what we did was and I'm amazed that we actually put it together in like 4 days. An all-day stream. And we had, I think it was 16. No. Yeah, it was 20 DJs in 16 hours. We started at like 10 that morning and ended like 2 that night.
Wow.
And we just kept, one person stopped, next person pop on. They stopped, next person pop on, and we just kept it going. And we had, I think, a couple hundred people in and out the stream throughout the day. So it was, and this is like within our first like 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, even doing the channel, that was already, the numbers were going up like that. It was mainly because of him. Everybody had love for him and wanted to come show their love, and a lot of the people that played was for that. But that event actually brought a lot of recognition to what we were doing, and we got a lot of followers that day, and that actually helped us get to affiliate status. Because we actually earned our affiliate status. We didn't do the SoundCloud thing because I didn't even know that was a thing until after we got offered it. But we just working on now getting our numbers up even further, because we almost ready for partner status. Once you get to partner, you get more options. So it's like I said, Twitch just has all the features that you would want, things to engage with your audience. I got things that if somebody follows, their name come up on the screen, thank you for following, icons burst all over the screen, sounds start playing, it's a whole big show, and then I see that, and then I can get on the mic and say, yo, thanks for coming, thanks for following, thanks for joining the fam, whatever, you want to say
Yeah, when you
to
call
keep
people
them
names out,
engaged.
that draws attention.
Right. And it makes them feel special that, and a lot of that I picked up from watching the gamers, because a lot of them do that. They come up with a whole thing. Like I saw this one guy, he had a whole pirate theme to what he was doing, and he was like, hey, thanks for coming to the pirate ship, or whatever he called his whole like like some of the celebrities, like Beyonce's has the beehive. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like they name their community, and they like, thanks for coming to that. So I picked up a lot of little strategies like that from there, because up until recently, any research that you try to do on this, there was none for DJs. It was strictly about gaming. So all you could do was take that and take little tidbits here and there, what applies to what I'm trying to do. So, and that's just what I did, is just pulled out all the information that I could and just applied it where possible. And then one of our other guys, he's really well versed in like some of the little different other little icons that you can click on, and they can, as you're watching, you get little points that it gives you automatically, and then you can use those points to do stuff like have it highlight your message in the chat. So it puts a big highlight around the text that you put in there, so it stands out from everybody else's message. Little stuff like that, and you can customize that to however you want. So he handles all that kind of stuff because he's really well versed in those things. So it's just we just got a whole team of people that everybody has their strong suits. So we handle things in different ways too. That it'd be different for one person that's doing one channel by themselves. But I mean, I see a lot of other people that's on there that's doing there. There's one guy that's on there. Look up a guy named Scratchin' Jackson. This
Scratch.
guy is fantastic. Scratchin' Jackson is his channel name. He scratching with SK is how it's spelled. This guy, he's dope. He's a turntablist. He plays mostly hip hop. On Mondays he plays drum and bass, but every other day he's playing hip hop, or just whatever open format he wants to play. But he's dope, and he always has. I'll look over, I'll see he's online, and easily he's at 150 people, you know, without breaking a sweat. So he's pulling in people, and it's all about having you set up, engaging with your audience, because he's constantly, like, he's got a screen in front of him so he can see his chat, and he's as people are typing in the chat, he's responding and talking to them. I went in there when I first discovered him. I was actually logged in with our group channel, and so he saw Atlanta being in the name, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I used to be down in Atlanta. I got yeah, that's him."
Yep.
He was like, "Yeah, I got fam there." And he started naming people that I know, and I was like, "Yo, that's family." Like, "Oh, you people, okay." So we chatted for a little bit. Me just talking in it, typing in the chat, and then just like we was doing before, I type in the chat, you respond. That's what he does, all the while mixing and scratching. Like, so that you just got to engage with your audience, and
Yep.
it's little stuff that can do it. I did a stream Sunday, and I had a drink on the table behind me. I forgot was there, and then I remember I was like, "Oh, let me take a sip of this drink before it get hot." And I turned around and I took my glass and toasted to the crowd and was like, "Cheers!" And then I took a sip and I said, "Always got to have your cocktail at the ready," and put the glass down. I started mixing some more. I looked up, and there was a conversation in the chat about drinking. And then somebody said, "Oh, I can't take a drink until I have dinner." And then next thing I know, they was talking about what they was gonna have for dinner. Just me doing that little bit sparked a whole engagement and a conversation in the chat, and that keeps the people
Active.
in the stream longer, because they're actively having a conversation. They're already enjoying the music, but they're not gonna step away because they engaged in the conversation. So it's those little things that are important. But the first thing you got to do is take the leap and go over there, and don't be afraid that you're going to be over there and nobody's going to be watching.
Nope.
If you really got an audience, they'll go with you.
Yeah.
Because
The
that was
thing is,
somebody's argument about Jazzy Jeff and everybody on there. Oh, they got a big audience. They got a big following. People gonna go wherever they go. You don't feel that strongly about your audience?
just got to move them over there. You just can't. Just don't let them stay in one place because they
Right.
may to follow you if they were on to you on Instagram or on Facebook, but they see that you keep getting kicked off, but you have links that's moving you to Twitch. As soon as they go over to Twitch, they're not going to try. They're not going to try to pull you up on Facebook or Instagram anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to go straight to what works.
Right.
And if you keep that consistent, like, okay, I want you to come to Twitch, but if you're not ready yet, my Facebook and my Instagram is open until I get kicked off.
Right.
Now, if you want to stay with me, come on over to Twitch.
Right.
It's not going to cost you anything. You can
Mm-hmm.
you can link yourself with your Facebook account, and that was one thing that I
Yes.
saw. If you when you go to the site, it says, "Do you want to use?" I think either your Google
Sign in with
account or your
Facebook.
Facebook,
Yep. I think
and that means you don't have
Twitter
to.
might be an option too. I think.
Now
Yeah.
let me ask you this. Now Twitch is a thing. Here's one that I heard about that I don't think people use anymore. And if you know why do people not use this platform? Periscope.
Periscope.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I've never really looked at Periscope. I honestly never felt Periscope was a viable option because even more so than Twitch, people don't know Periscope exists. I just recently realized Twitter owned it because
Yeah.
I was like, what, like Periscope, like who is anybody using that? It was like all these other social media platforms that got created to try to, people was getting fed up with Facebook, so somebody created a new one, and everybody went. I forgot what the name of it was. It was one everybody went and signed up for. You had to be invited to get on there. It was a big deal. Everybody signed up, created the accounts, put their pictures and up on it, added friends, and then stopped using it. That was basically how I looked at Periscope. So I just really never looked at it as a viable option because it would, if people were so confused that they didn't even know what it was, you're not going to really be able to get them over there. With Twitch, there are still some people, really non-technical people, are typically the only ones that still don't know Twitch exists. But you just explain it to them, it's a streaming platform. I don't, we don't have to worry about, copyright issues. We won't get shut off. You got a whole bunch of stuff on there. You ain't got to download the app. Just click the link. It'll take you to the website. They'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Just send me the link when you go live. So it's, and I don't know, Periscope may be the same way as far as that goes, but I could tell you they probably don't have all the options that Twitch has. So it just honestly, just to me, wasn't worth the effort to even dig into that hard, because it just wasn't, when there were more popular platforms. I was honestly thinking YouTube was going to be the way that I was going to end up going, because for me it was more about the live stream versus the archive. But once I saw some of the other options that Twitch had, I was like, well, this makes more sense because I can keep people engaged a lot easier, and they honestly can keep themselves engaged with all the other little stuff. There's stuff for them to click on and do. I got this thing that I added where they click on these little sticker icons, and when they click on it, it slaps that sticker up on the screen in my stream and plays a sound. And people love doing that. So like I play a song that they like, and there's a one with a little air horn. They click on that, and it slaps the air horn sticker up on the screen and go, bah, 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 and then little sparks and stuff come out. They love doing stuff like that, and that actually generates money doing those. So they, I was like, no other platform has that because that's literally something built into Twitch. So was an add-on, but it's built into it. So I just didn't see Periscope as really an option worth really investigating that hard. But I know a lot of people were playing over there. I don't know if they were doing it because they weren't getting cut off. They probably do something similar where it doesn't listen while you're live. Honestly, I think Facebook's the only one that does that. And I really don't know why they do that. To me, that seems like that would take way more resources than it would for it to go through a pre-recorded video that's already saved versus doing it on the fly, because it's constantly having to listen to, especially now you got thousands of DJs that are streaming at the same time and it's listening to all of them at the same time. That's probably how a few people are getting through the cracks, is that you just can't listen to everybody at the same time. That's gotta be too much on their servers to listen to that many at once. But I can guarantee you ain't none of them going for 4 hours and they, playing Prince. You're not gonna get that. You're not gonna get that. You're not gonna get 15 minutes playing him. He didn't want his stuff on the internet to begin with. So, you definitely not gonna get away with that. So, but you're not gonna get no Michael, no Janet, no Erykah Badu. Actually, I'm glad I just thought about her, because that actually kind of reminded me with the Facebook room thing, and they were talking about how you can charge fees to come into the private rooms and have like a private party or whatever. Erykah Badu did something like that. Oh, hold on a second. Good night. Yeah, kids going to bed. But yeah, she's doing something similar where I think she created her own platform for it. But she was charging like $1, and she was doing like these full-on concerts, and I saw like a video clip out of one of them. She was in a bubble and had all her instruments inside this bubble, and her drummer was in his own bubble, and a keyboard player was in his own. Like, everybody was in their own separate bubbles in this dark room with these spotlights on them, and they did a full-on concert. And apparently she's like doing a few of those, and she charges like $1 to get into them. So
yeah, that might work.
Yeah, so I could see maybe somebody doing something like that through the Facebook thing. But again, I see that more viable for big artists, than versus doing replacements of doing actual concerts or festivals or something like that. I don't really see, somebody that is typically a club DJ doing that, or a wedding DJ, or anything like that. I don't really see them making that monetization function work for them. That and I could be wrong. It just may be a way of it that I'm not thinking of, but I just can't see it at this point as how that would work in that direction. I think that's kind of what you were getting at before too, about like how would that even really play in. I think it's only for the big people. That's it.
Yeah, that's what, after listening to it that time, I think that was maybe like the third time that I was listening to that clip, and I'm like, okay, he's pinpointing this to D Nice, because that's basically since he was there,
right?
He was there when it happened. He's seen the numbers. He's seen what was going on. I'm sure he's like, when it picked up a phone and start making some calls and said, how can we make this happen? Wait. There's a guy named D Nice on right now. Make sure he doesn't get muted. Let's watch his numbers. Let's watch and see what he do. And then tomorrow morning we'll have a meeting and we'll find out what we're gonna do next. And that's what something, because he mentioned that at the very end of the video, because it may have been something that they're like, okay, let's roll this into it. Don't say too much, but give them an idea that it may be something we'll add. No promises, but the rest of it, the messenger room, the Zoom creation, and all this, the Instagram to computers, we already got that in place, but now we got something else that we can add, and that's how I see that came into place.
Right. And that actually kind of goes back, what you just said about the rooms, that kind of goes back to what I was saying about if Facebook can't buy it, they rip it off. They just ripped off Zoom.
They completely ripped them off.
Yeah, so
like, oh, that looked like Zoom.
Yeah, I was telling my wife the other day, I was like, remember how I was just saying Facebook would just steal everything if they can't buy it? They just stole Zoom. I think it was right after you had posted the video and was talking about it. I was like, oh, there he goes. That just proved my point.
They already have something in place. Like right now, you can download an app, and this is on the computer. I have it on my Mac. I haven't used it yet. I may have used it a little bit, but they have a Facebook app, because with on your computer, you can do Messenger from within the browser.
Mm-hmm.
But now they have it. You can do it as an app,
Mm.
and it just Messenger. It's not the room thing, but
Right.
it looks, when you look at it, it looks like what they trying to create, that they already. I'm trying to pull it up now, that they already played with
Mm-hmm.
and put it into. Where is it?
I might need to get that because my Messenger's been going crazy since we've been doing this channel. I get people hitting me up all day, every day. So, and it's hard to keep them conversations under control and organized. I'll be responding in the wrong ones. And so, yeah, app will probably be beneficial, but I could see that that would be, something that you would want to have for that Zoom function, for those multiple rooms.
Let's see. I can't find it now. I looked at it, and it was actually advertised in Facebook. I'm like, okay, that kind of looks like Zoom, and it had multiple screens. I haven't really played with Messenger in the past to where more people than just, like, say for instance, if you made like a video call to me,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that you can add more people to the video call.
Mm-hmm.
I thought video calls were mostly between a one-on-one, but they had
Right.
it where it was stacked like the Brady Bunch, like
Mm-hmm.
how you would do a Zoom call. And I'm like, oh, they got this. They got something new. And then he came out with the video that, that they were going to call it Rooms. I'm like,
Yeah. I'm surprised, honestly, it took them as long as it did to do something like that. Because I mean, with people, and their businesses, we've been doing stuff like that. I work for Apple,
mhm.
And I work from home. So this is actually one of the old headsets that I used to use from work. And we would sit here, and that's how we do our meetings. It's not through it's through I think it's one of our own apps, I believe. But it basically it does that same thing. Have everybody will be on the screen, and we just sit there and talk about whatever situations we need to talk about, just like we're in the same room. So when Zoom came around, I was like, "What's Zoom?" Somebody told me. I was like, "Oh, that's the same thing. We use something like that at work." Yeah, okay, I get it. And so when he's talking about using it, I'm like, "Why y'all just now adding that?" Google's been able to. Google's had Hangouts for forever. It like does the same thing. So it's surprising to me, Facebook, with them adding stuff like this, it's a lot like when Apple adds stuff. I know I work for them, but when they add stuff that has already existed and people go crazy over them adding it, like it hasn't already existed on other devices, but they're just getting it to their iPhone or whatever. So, people get excited, but it's kind of the same thing.
I don't even see it now.
Something like that, yeah, where there are different people in there.
It's desktop. It's
Oh, you still looking for the desktop app? Yeah.
On my Mac, and I thought this was it, but it's not it. It's a different one, but it's something completely different. You had to download an app, and it was downloaded onto the computer.
We can go down the zone and come up with all kind of topics. I just saw one that's talking about come out your comfort zone and play other genres. I forgot about that post. But yeah, I mean this whole streaming thing. I mean, it's a new frontier for everybody, and I get that. I try to share the knowledge, but some people are stuck on what they want, so they don't want to absorb that, and that's fine, But I don't try to act like I know everything, because I don't. Like, you asked me about Periscope, I know very little about Periscope, but I know that that's the same way I don't know much about it. Most people don't. You mention Periscope to somebody, they probably have no idea what you're talking about.
And let me ask you this about Twitch. What's the resolution? What's the highest resolution? You can get higher than you can with Facebook.
Yeah, there's no platform that goes higher than 1080p. That's the highest they go.
Well, YouTube does. YouTube, you can do 4K
with the the videos that have already been uploaded. But if you're streaming, you can't.
So
1080p is
streaming, you
the
can't
highest.
go higher than 1080 at 60 or 30.
1080 60, I think. Yeah, because there's cards that'll do, yeah, so it should be 1080 60. Because that's another thing that comes from gamers. Before they started
Mhm.
having the 4K consoles, the highest was 1080p. And the games, they want the highest frame rate, so, or the highest the highest frame rate to, everything to look really good. So they're doing, 60 was the best thing to do, and not try to tax everybody's system out trying to do anything higher, because really only PCs could do anything higher than 60. So, but now the consoles can actually do more than that. So it will get to that point, but right now internet speeds don't really meet that need. So the streaming is still stuck at 1080. But yeah, you can watch videos on YouTube at 4K, but you can't stream that high. But yeah, Twitch is their highest is 1080 60. But for what we're doing, I
Don't
don't know.
need
I
that.
tell I tell people 720 30. You don't need to go no higher than that. There's no reason to tax your system any harder than it needs to. What you need to focus on is your audio. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you getting on people about that. Because when I saw you start going in there telling people, I was like, yes, thank you. Because I am so sick of people propping up their phone and doing these dope mixes, and it sounds like complete trash. And you just really make yourself look horrible and unprofessional. And now this is the only way we can play. You definitely need to really step up your game, and at the very least get your audio right. If you still got to stream with your phone, that's fine. At least have your audio right. But if you can stream from your computer and you still streaming from your phone instead, I have no idea what you're doing. You holding yourself back. At that point, that's when the visuals can start taking off. I got guys that don't even use a camera. I got one guy, he does a down tempo set on Sundays, real chill vibes. And he has what he did this past Sunday. He had a video, underwater video, where the light was sparkling over it. And then he had his logo for the stream in white sitting right on top of it. And when the light would reflect across it, it would blend in and then reappear. And it was dope. And then at the bottom, he had his Serato screen so you could see what songs he was playing. That's his whole visual. One of the best shows that we got. Everybody loves that show. So, I mean, you don't even necessarily have to have the camera. You can set up other visuals. But if you got a camera, put the camera up there, put your logo on there, put your social media on there, throw your cash up on there if you want. Who cares? But brand it.
Yep. Make it
Don't,
different.
yeah, don't just sit there. I have audio visualizer bouncing to the music I will put on the screen sometimes. I just took it off, and as soon as I took it off, everybody else on the channel was like, yo, how'd you do that? So now they got it on theirs. So, but do some different things, and I have people that I got a couple guys that they got full green screen set up. They got their deck set up. It's a full green screen behind. Yeah, they got a full green screen behind them. They got one of them. He has video clips that automatically rotate behind him. The other one, he's using a 3 computer setup to do his stream. He got
3.
3. He got one to DJ off of. He got
Okay.
one that streams, and he's got a whole nother one that I'm trying to remember the name of the app, Resolume, or I think that's it, Resolume. And it does all of these amazing visuals, but it's super taxing on a computer. So he has a whole completely separate system that just does that. And he just first he got it set up, made sure it worked, and then I think he routed his audio to go to that computer too. So now the visuals actually get affected by the music. And that's his entire background. And then he's got his logos and everything on the screen. But yeah, I mean, visually they've got some of the most advanced. That's it. He's got some of the most the visually advanced streams that we have. just because they got all of those extra visuals in the background. But again, I had another guy that he just had he was playing some chill music, and he had a rotation of videos that was showing like beautiful lakes and countrysides, and they were just like slow pan, and these were perfect with the music. Sometimes it's just all about having some creativity. That's all it is. I was looking at some of theirs. I was like, man, mine looks like crap compared to what y'all doing. And I did way more than y'all did. So, but I'm just always fascinated with people's creativity, and what they come up with. But if you still just using your phones, I had a hour-long conversation with a friend of mine the other night because I saw he was streaming from his phone and put that disclaimer up, and I was like, yo, call me. Call me. He got his direct audio, but I was like, call me. I'm about to I'm just about to completely blow your mind and open you up to a whole new world. And by the time that we ended the phone conversation, I had only given him tidbits I probably said more in this conversation than I got to tell him. And he was just like, man, you just gave me all kind of homework. Cause he was like, I was like, yeah, I saw you streaming. And he was like, yeah, I got about almost a good hour in before they cut me off. I said, yeah, you don't need to get on Twitch. And he was like, what's Twitch? Call me.
And how long was this? A week ago or something
This
like
was
that?
like 2 days ago.
2 days.
Yeah, it was a couple days ago. Yeah, it was a guy I used to work with when I first met him. I used to work at Brandsmart over in Stockbridge. He was the first person I met. We were coming from the interview and going to do the drug test, and we met each other in the parking lot on the way to the drug test. And one day he came to me. He had found out I was a DJ. He came to me and started asking me all these questions. And then he went and bought some equipment. And he used to play at the uh, El Ranchero, the restaurant they call the Mexican on Old National in College Park. He was DJing over there for the longest up until they closed, and now he plays at a bunch of different places, plays like reggae and all kind of different, he's into all kind of stuff. But he matter of fact, my next door neighbor needed somebody for something at his church, and I was like, well, I don't really have gospel like that, but I got a guy. And I called him, and he was like, yeah, I'll do it. And then my neighbor came over. He said, man, my pastor loved him. It was great. Like, the dude got some talent. But I see you sitting there first I saw the disclaimer. That was
What are you
that was the
doing?
first thing. That was the first thing. I told him, I say, you are effectively snitching on yourself with that disclaimer, because that's literally
I
all it's
think that
doing.
that probably is part of the algorithm to where when people post that,
It probably looks for them
they
first.
automatically see it
Yeah.
and say, okay, let's
It could
put
be.
this one in the trash bin. Let's
It
pick
could
this
be.
one off.
It could be, because I'm really baffled as to. I get the thought process behind it, but I was like, look, algorithms don't read. That's not, well, at least this one doesn't. That's not what it's designed for. It's looking for the audio waveform. That's all it's looking at. It's just trying to match that up with some that it has in the database. It's not reading your disclaimer saying, oh, he put that disclaimer up. He's okay. We're gonna let him pass. That's not what it does. And then you saying fair use. Copyrighted material doesn't fall under fair use. So everything that you put in that disclaimer is completely false to begin with. That disclaimer only works if your video gets flagged and taken down after the fact, and you're trying to get them to release it. That disclaimer will come in at that point, but not when you're going live. That does absolutely nothing. You, like I said, you're telling on yourself that you playing copyrighted materials by even posting that. So I don't really understand why people still think that works. I guess because every now and then they can put it up there and they can go a little bit longer, but that's not what's helping you go longer. Either it's just not paying attention to you yet, ain't analyzed you yet, or you playing something it don't know. Because I had a set I did the other day, and one song out the whole set got muted. And I know why that one song got muted, because that song is on a label that has a deal with Sony now. When that song came out, they didn't. Now they do. So everything under that label is getting re-released under Sony, and now that song is being looked for. But everything else, it was a bunch of old stuff that I played, stuff from like late 90s. So none of that stuff it was looking for. So it didn't flag anything but that one song, because of that label deal that they did a few years ago. So
We'll find out next week. This week, I'm meeting with the with the entertainment lawyer, and that's one of the questions that I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask her about the Fair Act. What is the Fair? What is it called? The Fair something Act or
Fair
something?
Fair Fair Use Act, I think,
Fair
is
Use
what they
Law
keep
or
trying
something
to
like that.
cite. It's like, yeah, but that the Copyright Act of 1976 trumps all of that. What we doing? That's the whole reason why clubs have to have that license. I've seen clubs, raves, warehouse parties, all that stuff get shut down because they don't have that license. You can't. There's no getting around that. And now we're in one place. They ain't even gotta get in a vehicle and come shut us down. They just press a button, you gone. They ain't gotta press a button. The computer do it for them. They tell they just like, all right, go look for people, and
Yeah,
they just taking
bots.
people off. Yeah.
Bots that
So
just sit there and just like listen for
right,
frequencies.
right, exactly. That's literally all it's doing. That same waveform you're looking at in Serato, it's looking for the same thing, and it's trying to match it up with what it got, and it thinks really, really quickly, and it'll find it. No matter what you try to do, it's gonna find you eventually. You might get an hour in, you probably gonna get cut off at some point. You're gonna get caught. That's
Yeah,
what
man.
was I think it was his name, Gary, DJ Genius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he I've popped into a couple of his streams on Twitch. I mean, this stuff he playing, he get cut shut down too. He know it. That's why he on Twitch too. Because you can go over there. It's a free for all. You go over there, you literally play what you want, and it's so freeing. You're comfortable. You're not stressing about having to do anything to try to trick the algorithm. You just do what you got to do, and then if you want it after the fact, just download it and upload it somewhere else. You can upload it on SoundCloud. SoundCloud, you know what? I'm hesitant to upload hip hop on SoundCloud because that's the stuff that they like to flag for no good reason. But yeah, I mean, just put it on Mixcloud. Mixcloud got the license. I don't know what licensing deals they got. Now that's actually a bigger question, is what kind of license deal does Mixcloud have? Because they've had one for a really long time, but even theirs is limited. You can't. What is it? Three songs by the same artist in the same mix.
Yeah.
You can't do.
Oh, nope.
I did a label mix. That same label I was talking about, the friend that I did the video and it got demonetized by YouTube. I did a label mix for him. Every song on the mix was a song from that label. And I went back one day to listen to that mix like a couple years later. I was just listening to some random stuff in the car and I pulled up SoundCloud and pulled up that mix and it said not available in your country. How is this
And
mix not available in the
it's
country?
because it's in another country. That's why.
No. Well, it's because I found out later it's because of the license deal that they have. Because I'm trying to figure out how is a mix that was recorded in the United States by somebody that lives in the United States, featuring primarily artists that live in the United States, all the songs on a label that's based in the United States is not available in the United States. Made no sense to me. But then the other day, was a digital DJ tips. They did a live stream with the guys from
Yep.
Mixcloud.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah,
Have you seen it already?
I caught the end of it when it was live, and they mentioned this in there. Somebody asked about the any restrictions on the license, and they said it's still the same ones that we had before. 3 songs by the same artist. You can't do 3 songs by the same artist or more than 3. One of the two. I can't remember which one it is, and you can't have no, it's three consecutive songs by the same artist.
Yeah.
No, 4 consecutive songs by the same artist.
It's
3
three
songs
songs over
total.
the
3
yeah.
songs over the whole course of the whole mix by the same artist. You can't do, and you can't have 4 songs by the same artist consecutively. Something like that. And they said that it actually goes back to the radio. Those are restrictions that were put on radio to keep them from just playing a whole album over the air, and then somebody could sit at home and press record on a cassette and record the whole album, and now they ain't got to go to the store and buy it. They just play the tape back. So that's how that's apparently where those laws came from. But that's what they still have some restrictions, but they still do have a license. But it's a license for Mixcloud that they've gotten to apply to everybody that signs up, versus what we need on Facebook is something that as individuals we can purchase this license and we're good. We get whitelisted so we won't get taken down. And that does not exist. And I don't know that anybody is going to create that. I know Zuckerberg ain't going to make the effort to push for that. It's not in his financial best interest for him to do it. It's
not without him charging the users, the DJs to do
right.
it. And then also, well, it could be several different ways. He could do it where the DJs pay, and like, say for instance, if the DJs pay is $30 a month, or the DJs can pay less, but he adds advertisement into it, which that brings in another stream of money. Or, well, just, I guess those two ways. Either you could do it without advertisement and pay less, or you could do it with advertisement.
Right.
That's going to bring him more money, but you're going to pay less. Either way it goes, he's going to get paid for it.
And that's a great idea that I don't think they're even working on. I mean, I hope somebody is.
I can't see why not.
I can't either, but I really just don't think anybody is actually over there thinking about that, because that's not something that is Facebook's focus. I mean, they see what DJs are doing, but I don't think that they really see a benefit for them in that regard. I mean, I look at it this way. Facebook has a whole live streaming gaming section of it. Without Googling it, I dare anybody to tell me how to get to it, because you don't see it on the page unless you know somebody that's actually streaming on it and they share it. You won't see it. It just integrates in with all the other videos when they go live, and then you just scroll past it and it's gone. Just like when we go live and we're doing a set, scroll past it, it's gone, unless you go back to that person's page. So they're not really that. It's an afterthought, and they're really not focused on live streaming. That's just really not in something that I think they even really care that much about. I think they may be looking into it more now because of so many people doing it, because now we're stuck in a house and that's literally the only way we can communicate with each other, visually. But I just really don't think up to this point that was something that they really even cared about and, was ever going to look at doing anything on. Like with Mixcloud, it makes me wonder if their live thing was something that they were planning on doing, or they saw what was happening and developed it real quick, because they said they rushed out the beta. It's in a very unfinished form. Honestly, they should be calling it an alpha, because it ain't nowhere in the beta status. But they rushed it, and it makes me wonder if they thought about it after the fact, because I mean, clearly they it wasn't something that they were thinking about. Somebody else is doing something too.
Play DJ TV.
No. Pandora.
Pandora's
looking into a live streaming service too.
Goodness.
So everybody,
I kept telling everybody, you're gonna have more. Don't think this it's just gonna be what you see now. There's gonna be more people sticking their hands in trying to get like somebody, I think it was Gary or somebody in that same post. He had mentioned that there was another one, and this morning I seen something pop up on my timeline with the DJ streaming. Yeah, and I'm like,
I heard about them a couple weeks ago, and I looked at their website and I was trying to figure out. I was like, okay, how does this work? What's the benefits?
Play DJ?
Yeah, Play DJ. I'm on their website and I'm looking around for information, and it was super, super vague. There was very limited information that was on there. I was trying to see, okay, well, somebody playing live, let me watch what they're doing. And nobody was on and looking at the videos they did have on there, it was like people in their studio because they all had the same background. So I was like, I don't really get what's going on here. What's the benefit? Why should I come over to this platform? I don't have a problem trying to push people over to a platform if that platform is viable. Is this platform viable? That's the question. And I'm not getting any information on this site to let me know that that's the case. There's another one that I found a while back. There was one that
Beat
actually had some
something.
really good monetization options, and they don't exist anymore. By the time I found it, but there was another one. I think I had it bookmarked. Trying to see if I can find it.
Was the one that somebody I want to say is Beat Source? Is it Beat
I
Source?
saw
Something like
something
that?
about Beat Source at one point too. Um, that kind of led me down the road of what you were showing with that app. Kind of took me back to that because I was like, "Is this is like a this is a multi-stream thing? Like, I don't understand why this is even in the conversation. I couldn't figure out what that was. Is it this?
What you mean the app that I posted a while
Yeah,
ago?
yeah, the
It was just something
multi-stream thing.
I thought somebody told me that OBS was you can get OBS on your Apple device, and they actually meant the OBS cam that can turn your phone into an OBS camera. And so
Hmm.
when I went and looked up OBS on it, it took me. I think the first thing I saw was that app
Hmm.
Watch Everywhere, and I looked at it. I'm like, oh, you can multiple stream from your phone with this.
Hmm.
I never did get a chance to try it.
I can't think of what the Chew TV. There it is.
Oh.
Chew.tv. I looked into them for a minute too. Um, oh, somebody bought them. It says now it's a part of BandLab. Okay, so what is BandLab? Okay, so now I'm gonna have to look into this and see what's what with that. But that was another one. I actually watched a few streams on there, and um, as it was literally designed for DJs to stream on. But it just didn't have any additional features to it. I didn't really even see where there was a good chat system that was in place with it. So it felt very primitive to the other more popular options that were out there. So I didn't even bother. I think I created an account just to look at some more details, but I never actually even bothered to stream on there because I was like, there's a lot that's missing. And I'm sitting here watching a couple people's streams and I don't see any audience engagement or anything like that. And, I know a lot of the guys were like, somebody else, I forgot who it was that we were, if you're watching, I apologize. I got a bad memory sometimes with names, but somebody, whoever I was talking to, and we was having the back and forth, like I think it was like last week, and he was talking about how his audience engagement is extremely important to him, and that's what he does through the Facebook videos. As the names come up, he can call out people's names, talk to them, shout them out, and people like that. They really appreciate you engaging with them and talking to them, and making them feel special, that they're not just another name on the screen, another number in the viewer count. They're actually a physical person that you recognize as there. But he was feeling like on a platform like Twitch he wouldn't be able to do that because people create usernames. But you gotta do it to even really see if that's really how it's going to go down. But two, a lot of times those usernames you're going to recognize. If it's somebody you're going to recognize who it is. Some people make their username their actual name.
Mhm.
And if they don't, a lot of times they'll tell you who they are, just like I did when I came into this stream, told you who I was. So people do that. Plus, I got people that come in our stream that's in there almost every day, and I don't know some of them like who they actually are, but I know their username, and we call everybody out by their username because that's clearly what they wanted to be called because that's what they created.
And then
Some
once they start coming in more and more, you be like, oh, welcome back, so and so.
right, Right.
You
Right.
was
We got
here
a guy in
yesterday or
there.
whatever. Then they like, oh, okay,
Right.
he
We got a
remember me from the last couple times I was
right.
here. That's
Right. We got a guy that comes in. His username is Party in the Future. I'm pretty sure I probably know this person, like actually know them physically, but I'm not sure who it is. And we just be like, "Hey, what's up, Party? How you doing today?" And then he responds back. But based on some of the stuff he said, some of the stuff other people said, I'm pretty sure I think I know who it is. I need to ask a couple people like, who is that? But yeah, I mean, I would have if that's who I think it is. He should have actually used his actual regular username so everybody knows. But he's goofy like that. But we still use his username. Call him out by that. And then we've networked with a couple other people. We got this one girl. She actually was the first person to give us a tip, and she came into our stream and started chatting, and she made me realize some of the stuff with our bot I didn't turn on that I thought was on. She did the donation. We added her to our auto host. So we have an auto host list on there. So whenever we're offline and somebody that's in that auto host list goes online and does a stream, their stream automatically plays on our channel. So if somebody goes to our channel, they see their stream. Now, our chat doesn't link to their chat, and any follows or anything like that go to them. But there's something active on our channel when somebody else is on it. We got a bunch of people we've added in there, and we put her in there, and she's a machine. She did a 7-hour stream or 11-hour stream or something like that the other day. Like, she was going for the longest. We were just baffled as I was like, how are you playing for that long? But she's got a nice following. She's got a big crowd, and she comes into our streams every now and then. We had some people from Norway or Sweden, something like that, somewhere, some other country popped in there, and we added them. They added us, and so when they go live, they pop up. When we go live, we pop up on theirs. So it's a lot of networking that goes on. That's another thing that the gamers do too, is they network with each other. There's things that aside from the hosting, which helps to bring attention to other streamers. There's raids. So what you can do, let's say you got 50 people in your stream and you're done, and you see somebody else that's streaming. Before you disconnect and go offline, you type a command and their username, and it sends everybody in your stream to their channel.
wow.
And so now, boom, their number just went up by 50 people. So now those people see what that other person's doing. And if you pick somebody that's good, then a lot of times those people end up following or subscribing to that particular person. So now you just help them go up. And 9 times out of 10, they're gonna return the favor back to you if they catch you online when they finish. So it's a lot of networking that can go on, and a lot of it happens without you really doing anything. It's just a matter of being on at the right place at the right time. When people come in, and especially if you got some good visuals going on, because that's really, like, when people are scrolling through, like, I say visuals don't matter. Your audio is the most important thing. That's definitely. But you do want to have some good visuals, especially on Twitch, because as you scrolling through, or actually on any platform, as you scrolling through, those visuals are the first thing that they're going to see.
Mm-hmm.
So if they just see that it's a shot of your mixer and your turntables or your controller and your crotch, they're probably not gonna stop. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna keep going. They may stop the if it's on Facebook, they may stop to listen, especially if they know you. But the average person is gonna keep on scrolling. I don't want to hear that. But if they scroll past and you got some trippy visuals going on in the background, or like I end up finding these looping videos that this animation artist that works for Adult Swim gave out for free, and I added them onto my stream, and he had the whole background was black, and I keyframed out the black background, so just the animation was there, and I put that on top of some other visuals, And so that added just a whole nother element of stuff that was literally just swirling around the screen and flipping around the logos. And then when I'm on screen, it's down in the corner moving around. And, it kind of goes with the theme of what I do with my show. And, people were loving that. And it was something that, is visually stimulating. They see that and then they be like, oh, what he got going on over here, and click on it and then go from there. Last Sunday, I had my son play a video game while I was streaming, and we had probably our highest Sunday numbers just from that one stream. So well, that stream and the one earlier, that the down tempo one I told you about earlier, he had some pretty high numbers too. But yeah, those are our highest Sunday numbers to date. From that. So just having something different going on. There's plenty of people playing video games and listening to music. You can't tell they're listening to music till you click on their stream. There's plenty of people DJing, but are you seeing anybody DJing and playing a video game at the same time? So, we tried that just to see what will work. And one of our other guys, he's done that before. He sometimes he'll set up they have a podcast, or sometimes he'll play one of their podcasts or a pre-recorded mix or something like that, and then he'll sit there and he'll be playing with the visuals and talking to the chat while the audio's playing. And sometimes he'll have a game in the corner, and so he'll be playing Super Mario Brothers or Tetris or something like that, in the corner. But we decided to play a game that had just came out like 2 or 3 days prior to the show. So it was a new game that most of the people that were in the stream hadn't even seen, or if they knew about it, hadn't seen it actually being played, because it had just come out. So we was giving them something, fresh on the game side as well. And then I just had the music from the game muted, but I left the actual sound effects from the game playing. So you still heard all of the punching and explosions and stuff mixed in with the music that I was playing. So, just try to do something different and, change it up every week. And, I change up the visuals because I'm never satisfied, and, we just try to do some different things trying to see what sticks. We throwing spaghetti at the wall and waiting for some of it to stick, and sometimes some stuff works, and sometimes it works one time, sometimes it works multiple times, sometimes it don't work at all, but you don't know until you try. So, we throw some of everything out there. And I probably went off on a tangent way from where I do that. I apologize. I ramble a lot. So you have to excuse me and reel me in sometimes. But I think that it is important with the visuals on Twitch, especially because there you could scroll through and see a lot of stuff. And a lot of times I find myself doing that too. I'll pick somebody based on what that thumbnail looks like. And a lot of times you really can't control what that thumbnail looks like unless you have like one primary visual. Like like this screen right now, you sitting there with that background, if that's your primary visual, most likely your thumbnail is going to look like that when I scroll past it. But if yours changes up a lot, then who knows what particular shot Twitch is going to pick when I log in and go into that section and start looking at the different people that are playing. So it's important to have something cool looking, on there. And then also the title of your stream, explain what it is that you're doing. If you're doing something special, the gamers will do that. If they're doing like a charity stream, they put that in the title. So people are more likely to come into those charity streams, and then they donate money to go to that charity, and then watch them, play whatever game that they're playing. So it's a lot of stuff that even if you're not into video games, watch some of those gamer streams. There's a lot of stuff you can pick up. You'll see all kind of crazy stuff happening on their streams that you'll be like, wow, how did they even do that? And then that's when you start go to do some research, which I also realize is not something everybody does.
Nope.
I to me, it's normal. My wife had to tell me that the other day. She's like, everybody doesn't do that. And I'm like, do what? Research. I'm like, why not? Like, if you want to know something, how are you supposed to find out? Wait for somebody to tell you? Go figure it out on your own. You might find something that somebody else don't know. So, but a lot of people don't do that. They wait for somebody else to explain everything to them, or hold their hand, walk them through it. I was telling somebody that the other day, they were asking about their kid wanted to stream some games, and they wanted to pay somebody to set everything up for them. And I was like, that's not how this works. Like, trust me, you don't want somebody to set it up for you, because they wanted somebody that they could ask questions of. And I was like, do some research first. You don't know what questions to ask because you don't know anything yet. If you look into it first, then you can, like, that's what I told my friend a couple days ago. I say, here's some channels to look at. Here's some links to look over. Here's some links to the streams that we did, so that you can kind of get an idea where we at. And if you want to stream with us, that's cool. If you want to stream on your own, that's cool. Go through all of that stuff and then hit me up when you got questions. Because right now, he's just like, he's trying to take everything in that I explained to him, but he has no idea what questions he needs to ask. But once I guarantee in about a week, he's gonna hit me up and it's like, I got questions now. Like, okay, let's go. But if you don't do the research, how are you supposed to know what you need to know or what you want to find out next? But that's just me. I do that in everything. And I've had people ask me, how you know how to do all of this stuff? Research. Just like when you're talking about Photoshop and all of that other stuff, I taught myself how to do that stuff probably about 10, 15 years ago, because we were doing party promotions, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I can make my own flyers. I'm a DIY kind of person. I try to do everything myself. And if I can't do it, then I'll find somebody that can do it, and then I'm asking questions so I can learn. Like cars, I'm not good with cars, like fixing them. I got a friend that is, and who also happens to be a DJ too. I call him when I need something with my car, or I got questions about the car. He handles that. He explains stuff to me. I've learned a lot about cars in a few years he's been working on my stuff. And then when it comes to computers, complete opposite side. He don't know much about computers, but he does now because I've taught him, because I do. I grew up with computers, so and like being inside of them. So he calls me, and I explain stuff to him, and now he has an understanding, and he'll go in some place and he'll see some people like, yo, they got such stuff in here, what you think about that deal? So he still asks my opinion, even though he kind of got an idea. He just kind of want to see, where my head is at with it. But, we still kind of go back and forth, on each side, but, it's about trying to educate yourself, though. Some people don't even want to bother with that. They just want everything spoon fed to them. And this right here, what we doing now with this new frontier that we in, you not going to get spoon fed the information. Just like you telling them about the direct audio, get this. There's instructions that come in the box. I don't really understand why you on here asking me how to hook the thing up. It's plug and play anyway, but people ask questions before they take stuff out the box. Why you ain't even took it out the box yet?
People buy stuff that's not necessarily for that purpose and still don't know what they need to do.
Exactly.
And just had a call a while ago with somebody asking me about the one device that I refuse to support. I'm sure you know what it is.
Or the iRig.
The iRig. I don't support it. When somebody come to me with iRig question, I send them to two people because I don't have it. And there's so much stuff. I could probably put my hands on at least maybe 2 or 3 things within my arm reach that I can use over an iRig. So $40, what could I spend with $40? I could buy a lot of stuff for $40. But you won't see me buying an iRig.
You know what? You could take that $40 and do whatever you want with it, because I don't know how many people are watching right now, because I can't see the YouTube page right now, but I'm gonna put a couple people up on game. You probably got something already that you can get direct audio into a computer. I ain't even talking about phones no more. We're not even gonna go there with phones no more. Put the phone in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? Use your phone to monitor your stream chat or something like that. Don't stream through your phone. Stay away from that. That's we passed that.
That was
We
that was
several
week
weeks
one.
past that.
That was
Right.
week one.
Right. We're several weeks past streaming with your phone. But when you're trying to get that direct audio into your computer, if you're a producer, you got a sound card. Anybody that makes beats and you talking about I ain't got nothing to stream with, kill yourself. That's just, and I don't even really like to use that phrase, but it's so appropriate right now because I seriously, I don't even get that. And then some of the mixers and the controllers. I got a guy that he has he's got the Pioneer, I forget which one. It's one of the Nexus 2 models. And they got a USB port on them. He plugged that USB port straight into his computer, and the computer picks it up as an audio input for the master channel.
Mm-hmm.
And so you just go into OBS and select that as an audio input. Boom, he got direct audio.
When I
Didn't have
found
to
that
have
out,
anything extra.
when I found that out, I'm like, okay, because I think the first thing I found out was the S9, which at that point the S9 has two
Has two of them.
USB-B
Yeah.
ports on it. One for Serato, and then a second one for Serato for a different laptop. But people
Right.
didn't know that you could use that A for your DVS and use that B to connect
go out
to
to the
another computer and go out.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, what other mixes have? Let's see, 62. I think there's a 61. In any of the 60 series mixers.
Any of them really that got a USB port that well, if they got two USB ports, because you don't have to have one to plug into your computer to get to Serato, but if they got two, that second one 9 times out of 10 is going to go out and give that direct audio. And some of the controllers have that functionality in there. And actually, I don't really recommend streaming from the same computer you running Serato off of, but if you absolutely have to, if you only have one computer, because I know it's not in everybody's finances to have multiple computers like I do, but if you absolutely have to stream from that one computer, 9 times out of 10, that same input that's coming into the computer that Serato's picking up, OBS can pick up too at the same time. And then you just run them both. So, a lot of times you don't even have to have anything extra. I was actually looking for a cable for a gaming headset for my son. He asked for this cable that I tossed in a box a long time ago. And I was digging through the box. And I ended up realizing I had this one of those TRRS cables that was in there on one end, and then it was just a TRS on the other end. And I was like, where did this cable come from? I don't know, but I wonder if this will actually work for this. So I put it to the side. And as I was putting the other cables back into the box, I saw a 3.5 millimeter female end with RCAs on the other end. I got a bunch of those cables randomly, but I saw this particular one. I was like, I put that to the side and I plugged them in together. So you might have other cables that you bought for other things that actually will just do the trick. Look through what you have. Don't go off buying extra stuff. Do inventory first. As DJs, as producers, as anybody that does audio, we buy random crap all the time. We got extra stuff that come in the box with stuff that we buy that we don't need because we already had it. It's sitting in a box somewhere. It's sitting in a tub somewhere. It's sitting in your closet. Go find it and utilize it. You 9 times out of 10 have something. You don't need that iRig. You don't need to buy anything. That roll and go. I would say if you're going to get one, get the roll and go, but still put your phone down. That's really what it comes down to. But you probably have something that actually will let you get that direct audio without having to buy anything extra. You just really don't need that.
And most of those that were using phones week 2, week 1, they've now gone to OBS.
They see anybody that you put on the OBS will see the light real quick once you explain what the difference is. If they sitting there and they still thinking, oh man, I just need to use my phone. I had one guy that was kind of doing that, and the only reason he was doing that because he was super frustrated because he had an old Mac and it was so old. I'm
The
trying to
white
remember
one.
what, it wasn't that old, but it wouldn't update past, I think,
Uh,
Yosemite. I think was the highest it would go. And
2009,
yeah,
2010.
somewhere around there. And so I said, okay, well, let's see. The new OBS needs a newer version than that. So let's see if we can find an old version of OBS. And
Yep.
we dug. I googled it and found out what version was the last one that one supported. And I think we tried 3 different installers. We ended up finding, and one of them finally worked. And we was able to get it, and he was able to connect to Twitch, and the stream was working. I heard his audio coming directly from his mixer. He had one of the Nexus mixers, and that it worked beautifully. But then came the day, I said, now comes the fun part, setting up all your visuals. And then it came the day for him to do the stream, and his stream kept crashing out. And it was because his computer just couldn't handle doing the visuals and the audio streaming all of it at the same time. It was overloading the system. It was just pushing the CPU way too hard. And so he got frustrated and was back to wanting to use his phone to stream to Facebook and getting cut off every, so often. And he played house music. So, that's another misconception, that people that play dance music don't get cut off. I see him restart his YouTube stream when he was doing it from his phone like 5 times and through like an hour, 2 hour period. So it does happen. But he took that stimulus check and bought him a new Mac, and he is gravy now. He got this visual going on, the motion video going on in the background. He got 2 camera angles going. He got his logos on the screen. Like he doing it real big now. So, he stepped up and he ain't looking back. Once you can get there, you're never gonna go back to trying to stream with your phone.
Nope.
It's futile to even think that you want to go backwards, because that's literally what you're doing is moving backwards. If you ever tried OBS and went back to your phone, that's ridiculous to even go that way. But yeah, it's all about. And there's other things too. So you was mentioning about wanting to do learn Photoshop and all those other apps so that you could do like logos and stuff like that. And I definitely recommend, learning how to do it, because you can get so much done and not having to pay anybody for anything. But there are other resources out there if you need something now, or if you're one that's not really artistically inclined, because some people, just, we were like, man, I can't draw, I
Toss
ain't
it to
got
me.
no visuals, stuff like that. So there's a site that I use actually sometimes for some of the guys to create some stuff for them real quick. It's called placeit.net. There's a few things that they have on there for free to have a subscription, or you can buy per item. You can create logos on there. You can create overlays for your stream. You can create flyers. You can create Instagram images, stories, videos. That's it. All kind of stuff on there. And I go on there. Matter of fact, I was actually messing with it when you had started your stream. I was going in there, and you can change all the colors and everything on there. So I was going in. I got a starting soon screen that I put up when I start my stream, and then when I end it,
One
I
of
got
those.
one where it's ending, just like, yeah, how you had to be right back. Yeah, I have all that. So I had just changed the color scheme on my stream. So I still like the video that I got. But I wanted to change the color, and I got the video off of here. So I pulled up the saved copy from when I downloaded it before, and so it still had everything in there. And all I had to do was change one of the colors to the color that I wanted, and then just re-download that version and just replace the other one that I got. So it's I think it's like, for the subscriptions, like $15 a month, something like that. I think they're running a promo too. It popped up saying something about a promo. I don't know why they advertise a promo to somebody that got a subscription, but But yeah, so I don't know what the promotion deal is right now, but some, like I said, they got some stuff. I noticed that they got like a little free banner on there. So it's some stuff. A lot of the, like the overlays, if you go up at the top where it says gaming, if you hover over that, you'll see all those other links will change. That's right below
Oh,
it.
okay. They
And
changed.
then yeah, so when those
Okay. I
top
see.
ones, yeah, when you go over any of those, then you'll see the other ones will change, and then you
Twitch
can go into those that
banners, Twitch
yeah,
offline overlays,
yeah.
panels,
I don't know why they
OBS
have
studio.
the Twitch overlays and OBS overlays separate, because it's basically the same stuff. But but yeah, so some of those are for camera overlays. So like, you know how the gamers usually have the game full screen and then they have a little window with the camera in it. But I realized that some of the camera overlays that are on there, when you download it, it actually is at 1080p. So you can actually still use some of those as a full screen overlay. But yeah, like if you when you hover your mouse over them, when it's the little white is swiping over the image, if you let that run for a little bit, it'll start changing colors. So it kind of give you
Oh,
ideas how you
okay.
can
Yeah, I see
you
it.
alter some of the colors that are on there. You can change all the text and everything. And the same goes with the videos. So when you go in the video section, they have all these videos. They got a spot for you to put text, put your logo in there, and you can change the colors that's on there. That's actually what really piqued my interest, was those videos. I saw somebody was talking about this site, and they had one where it was like the logo would drop down from the sky, and when it hit the ground, a big puff of smoke went up. He went in there and he was talking about how you could change all the colors, and he was able to, it let him change the color of the smoke in the video. And I was like, wow, I mean, you could literally change just about anything. There's some stuff that's really still kind of restricted in like sizes of the logos and stuff like that, but for the most part, you can create some really interesting visuals to put on there. And you know, they've done all the artwork stuff for you. All it is at that point is you picking the colors that you want and placing the text where you want it. So that's something that you know, if you don't want to spend the time to learn Photoshop, because it's not a complicated, or it's not a difficult program, but it's very intricate. So it looks very intimidating, you know, in the beginning. And I remember when I first looked at it, I was lost. And one guy, all he did was edit photos. So he tried to show me some options with that. And I was like, I don't really understand how this is supposed to do what I want to do with what you're showing me. And then I just kept playing with it. And, you know, I made some really crappy flyers in the beginning, but over time I got better, and I got some books and learned some different techniques and what some of the tools did. And it took time, but you know, like now I do all of the flyer work for our channel. I've recreated logos for people that, you know, somebody made them a logo a long time ago, and they got this little tiny copy of it, you know, and I'll go and I'll find the fonts and recreate it, or redraw it or something like that. So, you know, I've gotten pretty good with it, so that I can, you know, do my own stuff and not have to worry about paying somebody. Yeah, if I can avoid it, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. But this site right here will let you do a whole lot without putting in a whole lot of effort.
So
What I
in the video and gaming is where most of the stuff I need to look for. Or,
yeah, for the most part, but there's logos too. So if you, like you was talking about
yeah.
before, you need to create a logo, so you can go in there, you can create a logo. They got all kind of different layouts, and like I just actually started playing with this section. And at the top there's a box where you could type in what text you want it to say, like say put your brand name in there. So you put your DJ name in there and hit next, and then it'll, based on the words that you put in there, it'll try to figure out what might look cool with that particular text. And then you select you can select, there's actually, I think musician is an option that's in there. They've got actually a bunch of DJ images, that will get generated with that. But yeah, you can change out those different pictures that they'll put on there, the different fonts, all the colors. And then there's actually, if you look up at the top and that in the smaller links, there's animated logos. So you can actually
Okay.
have a video where like your logo will like pop up on the screen and bounce or something like that. So it's actually a pretty cool little site.
Now, do you have the rights to this after
Yeah,
you
yeah, full rights. Yep, you do whatever you want with it. 15 bucks a month. So I use it actually. I'm actually that's one of the things I when I thought about it and started using it for the channel, I was like, you know what, I could really make some use out of this because I bought it for something else. And I was actually contemplating canceling it because I really wasn't getting as much use out of it that, really I felt was justifying paying for that subscription. But this channel, I use it constantly now, creating stuff, messing with different overlays, changing the videos out. Some of the guys will be like, "Man, I need some graphics." I tell them to go to the site, find what they want, send me the link, I download it for them. So,
it makes it a whole lot easier.
hmm and it's fast. Well, it's fast in terms of not having to sit there and really like think about what you're creating. But as you see, it does sometimes load kind of slow.
Give ideas too.
hmm Yeah, because I was going through this section the other day, and I was just like, "Oh, I like some of these." I'm like, "Now, what can I create a logo for? Like, what else? What else can I use and really make some use of this section?" Because it's now that because when I first signed up, you had to pay even with
Hmm.
the subscription. It was a discounted price if you had the subscription, but you still had to pay for the logos. Now it's included with the subscription. So, and I just discovered that. So now I'm like, oh, now I'm about to really play with this section and see what else I can do with it. And see how like those kind of look like they have like a little weird effect, like it's kind of playing with your eyes.
Hmm.
It's just multiple colors. So you could actually go in and change all of those different colors to whatever color scheme you want it to be. And you can do that for free. Like if like even right now, not being logged in, you can click on one of those and you can start editing what's in there. And then if you want to buy it or get the subscription, when you go to download it, it'll prompt you for that. But you can actually go in there and start messing with it and really see if it's something that you want to put some money into. But like I said, it definitely makes things a whole lot easier. It takes some of the guesswork out of coming up with the idea. You just kind of have to sift through some of the options that it has in there. And sometimes you take one of them, and it's just a base. Just use that as a base, and you can go in, you can change some of the other stuff that even goes for like some of the overlays in the videos. You go in there and sometimes they got like these crazy shapes coming out the side, and then there'll be some other options on there for multiple types of shapes that you can change that to, so you're not restricted to what it looks like in the thumbnail as you're scrolling through. There's other options on there that you can mess with.
Nice, sweet.
Yeah, but yeah, that one's a cool one.
Looking for something more of a symbol. As for more with
And see,
something more like this. Something with the
so
D and the
click
K
on
to
that.
where.
Click on that one. So once you go in there, then so you like how that looks, they'll have some other variations of some stuff. So see right over there on the right where it has that
Hmm.
little icon. So see there's another little picture next to it, but right above there is a little search box. So you can type in something in that search box that whatever fits the idea of what you're looking for, and it will search their database and find something that fits that, and then you can pop that in there instead. Yeah, so like you might want to actually type KID so it actually knows what you're actually trying to say, because it's it's just like you searching on Google. It's very specific in what it's looking for in its database. So I would even just put just kid and see what it comes up with. Might put a bunch of little kids in there, but
Yep. Exactly what it
yeah. but see, more options came up because
Yep.
you simplify what you're searching for. So yeah, it's not super intelligent in that
Mhm.
it'll decipher that. But sometimes like you could type something like abstract if you want some real kind of random kind of shape or something like that, and it'll find abstract images, and that might fit. Like how that has got that one with that little A on there. You could do something like that, or like I was gonna say, or to put one letter in there. Yeah. Or if you want it to be like the two letters together be a D and a K, type that. Type
That's what I
DK.
was. That's what I was
Yeah.
looking for.
Yeah. Type that and it'll probably just make it, because I'm sure they probably have some kind of way to integrate.
It did something different. I did that first.
Mhm.
Yeah, that
Oh
looked
yeah, that's
more
kind
like
of
an
weird looking.
H.
Look like an
Yeah, that
H.
looked like
Yeah,
an
that's what I
H.
thought it was actually. I saw you do that. I saw that one come up before.
Now, if you take this off, you take this part off and have the D, and then the K forms to the back part of the D, the right part of the D. Like if you take this out, if you
Now
take
that
this
it won't
part
let you
off,
do within this. It won't let you actually edit to that extent, but that's where learning something like Photoshop comes in handy.
yeah, you could
Because
take
that's
that.
what I'll do is I'll get it as far as I can really get it to let me go with it and download it and then pull it up in Photoshop and then start making further edits to it from there. Because now I got the base image and I can just kind of run with it from there.
Oh yeah, I know what I'm finna do now when I get off here. This is game. I
it's
never thought
it's
about this, and they put it right here in front of me. I looked at it. I'm like,
yeah,
oh, that's an H. I don't like
yeah,
that. That's ugly. But then when I
yeah.
looked at it again, I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me see.
You
If
know
I take
what?
this off,
Try this. Try KD and see if when you reverse the letters, if
yep,
it
I
puts
tried that.
it. You tried that too? Okay.
Yep.
Might get the
See, it
same.
did the
Yeah,
same
get the
thing.
same thing. Yeah. I figured maybe it might kind of flip them around where the K was more prominent, and then, but nah.
Oh, but that gives me an idea. I was just looking for something that simple,
Hmm.
to where something I can, if I want to make a charm or something like that, it'll be something that can be linked together. Put it in a circle.
Hmm.
Something that won't be really too hard, but something that's really simple, but something that stands out and say, "Oh, okay, I've seen that before," or "I know whose logo that is," or
That's another thing. If you go back down the page, it has some other ideas there. Like if you don't know where to begin, it tries to give other suggestions on different variations based on the
for this
template that you
document.
chose, where you can actually make some other things and then kind of work off of that. So yeah, it's kind of
Oh,
I hate to say it this way, but yeah, it kind of holds your hand through the process to some extent, and then kind of let you go and then run wild with changing things up. It'll try to get you started at least. And yeah, I found actually searching DJ, music, club, different things like that, you'll
mhm.
find there's a lot of stuff they actually have in their database that actually fits. And that goes in any of the categories. But yeah, it's a pretty cool site.
Cool. Yeah, I'm finna go ahead and because that idea right there, that just really triggered something off. I'm like, okay, that's simple.
Hmm.
I sit back and sometimes take a notepad or a sheet of paper. I'm like, I come up with something, and I just draw something and
Hmm.
put something inside of something. I'm like, I don't like that.
That's kind of how I really started messing with Photoshop and Illustrator, was doing that. I would actually because I couldn't really figure out how to draw it on the screen that well, like
Mhm.
just freehanding it. And I didn't know they even had those tablets where you could draw and it'll draw it on the screen. Definitely wasn't about to go buy one. So what I would do is I would draw it on some paper and then scan it in to the computer and then pull that scanned image up and then go into Illustrator and redraw it through there, because now I got something to kind of base off what I'm trying to do. So all I got to do is basically make some new lines and line it up with the ones that I hand drew. And now you got something that's got tighter lines and everything, and can really put stuff in there. So that's another way that you can kind of take that and get used to that. Of course, you gotta kind of get the basics of how the app works, but once you get that, you kind of go in there and do that.
Cool.
But yeah, see that first clip that he's got on there, and you see
Uh-huh.
it's got all those little icons that are sitting like in the middle of the screen. Like those are like little emojis that will float across the screen because of a plugin that he has on there. And so people in his chat made those come up.
Now his comment screen on the right hand side, is that's automatic, or he
You do that through OBS.
okay.
I have that on there too, and I started doing that because I would see that with some of the gamers, and I really didn't understand at first why they were putting the chat on the screen. And then I started watching some streams through some of the apps on that I could pull up on my TV, like on the Xbox or a Fire Stick or something like that. And when I would go in there, you can see the chat, but you don't see it by default. It's hidden. You got to click on the icon to make the chat pop open. And so they were responding to stuff in the chat, and I didn't know what they were talking about. But when they started putting the chat on the screen, now I can see what comment they're referring to, and I can understand the conversation that's taking place. So I started just kind of putting that on there too. And a lot of streamers actually do that, just have a chat on the screen. And it's just another visual thing that's on there that is making the audience feel like they're part of the stream. And you can do this too. That was just a clip from one of his shows. So people actually can click on an icon at the bottom of the video and make a clip, basically a highlight clip out of what you just did. And you can do this. You can do that too. You can go into your videos after the fact, and you can, like, if it was like a particular mix that you did, or some cuts that you did that was sick, and you want to share that part of it, you can go in there and you can clip that piece out and then share that clip onto Facebook or wherever. I'll tell you, Twitch got all kind of options that people just don't realize are in there. And that's why I keep preaching, get on Twitch. That's where all the options are. This whole thing is literally built for live streaming.
I think Genius is he's kind of setting the bar as for people trying to move Twitch, but nobody wants to learn OBS. They
That's the
can't
hurdle.
get past. I'm like, when I first saw his first stream, and I'm like, oh, that looks like that might be OBS. And I played around with OBS about a year ago, or when I first started doing the podcast. That's when I started. I started with OBS, and then I moved to XSplit Broadcaster. And then when I found out recently that OBS had plugins, I'm like, oh, they got plugins, so you could do more now than what you could then. I'm like, okay. So then that's when I got back into it, and I saw his first stream. I'm like, okay, I see how he did this. See how he did this. He cropped this and put this over here. And he just threw background. I'm like, oh, that's simple.
Yeah.
He just did something simple. I mean, he changes it every week.
Yeah.
Which that's good. You want to make it, you don't want to have the same thing. You want to create a new atmosphere every week, because it's not like a club. You can't, you're not going to find anybody that's going to rearrange and change the club around every week. But when you got a platform that you can change everything in it and make it where the environment is completely different, especially
Right.
depending on the type of music that you're playing. Then that creates a bigger fan base right there, because
Right.
people are going to want to see what is he coming up with next. What is
Right.
it going
What
to
he's
look
gonna
like
do.
today or tonight?
Right. My wife always likes to quote Hustle and Flow when she said, "Got to keep the tricks guessing."
Mm-hmm.
I mean that applies. I mean, you really, you really always gotta keep things fresh. And some that again, something that I learned from the gamers. Some of them play the same game constantly, but the ones that I think are the most entertaining, the ones that change up what they play, they may start with the one game that people know them for, but somewhere in the middle of it, they're gonna stop playing that game and play something different, something that just came out. We're gonna try this out. This seemed like a fun game, so let's go into that. And then things go, from there, and people are loving that. Now they want to see them playing that particular thing. So constantly changing up stuff, moving the camera in different positions based on what game they're playing. Like, I just noticed that there were some that there's consistency in how it looks, but there was always some kind of change that was happening. And if sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's not. But what we're doing, we're used to being in a very flashy atmosphere typically. So we kind of have to have that going. I have lights flashing behind me that I got going. I got some that flash to the music, some that are just flashing randomly, but it all kind of seems like it's going to the music because of how I got them timed, and set to start. So it's all in what space you have and what things you have available. But give them something, and but again, get off that phone.
Definitely get off
that's
that phone.
that's step one. That's step one.
I'm still doing the sad emoji face to people that play that phone, and I hear that speaker way over in the corner coming through that mic.
Man, what hurt my feelings too is that for all the thousands of people that was watching them, D Nice was doing it too. And
Yeah.
I was just like, man.
And that's why people think it's acceptable. They think,
Right.
well, D
Right.
Nice did it. I'm like, well,
Right. But you're not D Nice.
yeah, you're not
You
D
wasn't
Nice.
you wasn't a member of Boogie Down Productions. Come on. Let's not try to act like D Nice is just new to the game. You know what I'm saying? So but I would see other people doing it. Kid Capri still doing it. I think he got direct audio when he's mixing, but sometimes he'll be sitting in the studio playing beats, and he just using the phone audio when he be setting it up. Jeff didn't even go on. Like, I pay attention to what all the names are doing too, and Jeff didn't. Well, Jeff was sick. But by the time Jeff was ready to go on, he was like, "Oh, I know I got to do it right," and he had direct audio day one. DJ Scratch been doing this. DJ Scratch got his own app that he been live streaming on for
Scratch
years.
Vision.
Scratch Vision, exactly.
Mhm.
So, and he actually before people started finding out about Yellow Duck, I was up on Yellow Duck like 2 weeks before somebody mentioned it in the zone. And I hadn't used it. I was getting ready to. I had it like the day after I found out about it, I was about to use it. And I started hearing some really fishy things about the sign-ins to Instagram and people saying their Instagram accounts was getting hacked into after they had used it. And I was like, I don't know. Let me take a wait and see kind of approach to this. So I never messed with it. But I knew DJ Scratch knew something that the rest of us didn't know, because he had all his Scratch Vision graphics when he was streaming on Instagram, had his direct audio, had his mic running through there. It was basically he's streaming through OBS. I knew he was. I just didn't know how he was doing it. He wasn't using Yellow Duck. There was a more complicated way of doing it before Yellow Duck, but he was doing that. And so when I saw he was doing it, I was like, okay. So, and this goes back to the whole thing I was talking about research before. I saw that there's got to be a way he's doing that. Let me find out how he's doing that. And Yellow Duck just happened to have come out like the next video about Yellow Duck came out literally like the next day. And so I was like, okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. There's a way he's doing that some other kind of way. And yeah, so I mean, it's some of the, I think Just Blaze even was doing didn't have direct audio at first. Now he's straight streaming out of his studio. Like he's got his controller on one side of the room and the whole mixing console is behind him. And he got the Twitch stream up on the screen, the computer screen that's embedded into the mixing console. He's so extra about it. But but there's you know that some of them are starting to figure it out. Um Z Trip got a whole green screen thing going, you know. So I mean, some of them, you know, even they had to step it up, you know, and do something. So, you know, and people always their fallback is, I mean, but they got, you know, they big names, they the celebrity DJs, they already got millions of followers already. That's gonna go wherever they go, and you know, gonna go support them no matter what. Okay, you got a user base, you got a fan base, you know, you got followers, you trying to do something for them. What you gonna give them? You gonna give them the audio from the microphone on your phone and the little crappy effects that Facebook lets you tap on and put little sparkles on the screen, or you gonna give them the full experience like you would if you was live? Which one you gonna go with? You
People
know?
should know now to experience the babyface Teddy Riley.
Yes.
That should just shut that door
Right.
right there.
Right.
That should be the end of it.
Right. Or RZA and DJ Premier. Their live
Oh,
wasn't much better. You know, Premier had his place, you know, well enough, but RZA's was a mess. You
mm-mm.
know, so I mean, and he had an iRig. So I mean, it's still the same thing. You know, they really need to step it up. I'm actually really disappointed that Timbaland and Swiss ain't been like, look, here's we need to set this up properly. They think they finally figured that out now, but you know, it's and I think Teddy Riley and you know his whole big production he tried to
Twice.
do.
He messed
Yeah,
up twice.
yeah.
And then I saw him again. They streamed on the Daily Show with Trevor Noah, both of them, Babyface and Teddy, and he had
Oh
it.
wow.
He had it. It was better. It was better at that point.
Yeah, yeah, because he finally got the audio and everything worked out, but you know, I think there actually was a problem with Instagram that night because I forgot they were on because we were doing our shows, and I saw somebody mention it on Facebook, and I was like, oh, I forgot about that. Let me pop over and see what's going on. And at that point, I go into Teddy's stream, and Babyface wasn't even in there at that point. So apparently they had gotten kicked out. But that's, you know what? I'm glad I just thought about that. That's another thing about Instagram. There's an hour time limit. People don't
Oh, really?
realize that there's an hour time limit. It will kick you out after an hour. So a lot of times people getting kicked out of Instagram ain't the algorithm. They hit an hour. It kicks you out. And I found that out from DJ Scratch. I was watching his stream and I happened to come in near his hour mark and he said Instagram has an hour time limit. When and we getting up on that hour, it's gonna kick you out. But refresh the page, you're gonna see me back on because my software automatically reconnects me. So you're gonna see me back on, just pop back in, I'm still going. And sure enough, like 2 minutes later, it kicked everybody out. I refreshed the page and he was back there, and I went back in, and it was like he never stopped because he was streaming to his software. So it's an hour time limit.
I know.
And I think D
Facebook
Nice
is
is the only one that
4 hours,
gets
right?
around it. You know what? I don't know what Facebook's time limit is because whoever reaches it. so,
I know they
so
have
I
a
don't know.
longer time limit.
They probably do. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm pretty sure they do. I know Zoom, the free account has an hour time limit too. You have to pay
45
for it to
minutes.
get, or it's 45 minutes.
Yep, I
I
use it
know
for
we were,
family time, calling
yeah,
my family, and we get after when you get 3 people, it hits 45 minutes. But if it's just like me and you, we
mhm.
could be on all day.
Oh wow, okay, okay, yeah, because we had a little uh group meeting for the channel, and it was three of us in there, and yeah, I think we got like somewhere around an hour, and it right in the middle of one of us talking, it just
Yeah.
disconnected, and we had to reconnect it. But we have a family one, and it'd be a bunch of us in there, and we just going, and I'm thinking, oh, we about to hit the hour, they about to kick us out, and then it kept going, and then I found out my aunt who set the thing up has an account because she does a bunch of meetings in there. So that's the only way to get a bunch of people in there and keep it going is to pay. So I wouldn't be surprised if Facebook does that too. when they get that thing going, have some kind of paid version of it. But who knows?
But
Nobody knows what
Twitch
wants to do.
doesn't have a time limit, does it?
Mm-mm. No, it'd be some gamers that go for 24 hours. They do
What?
24-hour marathon streams. Yeah, yeah. They ain't know that. Like I said, that's Twitch is specifically designed for live streaming. It's just, and then they like, what about like somewhere about 4 or 5 years ago, I think it was. Might not have been that long. They did they created the music and performing arts section. That wasn't there before. They created that in real life and something else. Just chatting. So they had those three sections that they added because before that it was just strictly gaming. And they added those sections in there. And when they did that, they had Bob Ross the painter. They had for like I think it was like a month, constant streams of his shows that used to be on PBS. They just showed nothing but Bob Ross shows on a Bob Ross channel that they had made on Twitch to basically advertise that they had created this art section for people to go into. And so they it's basically it's wide open for us to do what we're doing over there because they literally made a section for it. Just people weren't utilizing it. You know, I'd see a few DJs that would be in there every now and then. I go pop in just to see, like doing my research, going in there to see what other DJ streams were looking like, trying to figure out how I kind of want to get some ideas for my graphics and everything. And it would be barely anybody in there. I see people in there playing guitar or painting, or I see people doing live production. Going in there doing stuff, but there was barely any DJs in there. Now that's primarily what's in there. It's just all DJs. You can
And that's
barely
what
find any of the other stuff.
I'm thinking that's gonna be Zuckerberg's next thing. Because I don't see he's copied Zoom.
Hmm.
So what else? What else is it? Twitch is the next big thing. So
I mean, he already tried to rip off Twitch with the gaming section that they got, but I think the problem with, and YouTube has the same problem, the design of their existing platform doesn't really leave them open to create the thing that Twitch already has that they're trying to get a hold of. So that's where something like Mixcloud kind of has a leg up on the other platforms that already exist other than Twitch, is that with the way that their site is designed, they basically created a separate section of their site for the live stuff. But even with that, the integration that they need to put in there between the two sides is still very lacking. But they got a long way to go before they really could say, okay, this is the full platform that we're going with. So they're kind of more open in what they can do. But YouTube, their whole live thing it's so difficult to find unless you're subscribed to a channel that goes live most of the time. It's very hard to actually find live streams on YouTube, and it's almost impossible to find people that are always streaming live on Facebook unless it's somebody that you follow and it pops up in your feed. So their platform design doesn't really work for it without them creating a completely separate platform. And Facebook does not do that. They will buy another one before they'll create one. So I just really don't see that, unless the only thing I think is really going to save Facebook in this whole, it's not really a war. I was going to say DJ war, but in this whole thing, there is if they figure out a way to set up a way for us to have license permission and get whitelisted to be able to play and not get flagged. That's the only thing that I think is really going to do it, and I just don't see that happening anytime soon. If this whole thing ends quickly like people hope that it does, which I doubt will, but if it does, then it's not going to be enough time is going to pass for them to do it, and a lot of people are going to jump ship from live streaming, and because now they can play publicly, because a lot of people don't even want to do it. They do
yeah,
it because that's all they have an option to do. But there's some of us that like, I love it. It's so much fun to do, and the people that are watching are enjoying it. So I get every time I do a show, I don't have time to really check my phone like that. My notifications are crazy when I'm done with I usually do a 2-hour show, and when I'm done with the show, my notifications on my phone from all platforms and text messages are crazy from people trying to send me messages that are watching that aren't in the chat, but they're watching, and they just want to let me know that that they're enjoying it. And so people are loving what we do, and we're having fun, and we get to play stuff that we don't normally get to play. And that goes to what somebody said in the group the other day about trying other stuff. We inspire each other on the channel all the time to play different genres of music. That's I think probably one of the most fun things about it. We one there's a bunch of us that are multi-genre. So one of us plays one thing, and like I did a set one day where I was playing house music, which nobody has really ever heard me play house music outside of my house. So, I played a little bit of that, and then I was going to play some 90s bass music. But I played a couple of 80s freestyle joints to kind of transition over, and the chat went crazy when I started playing those. So I stuck with that for about 45 minutes and then went into the bass music. And then after that, one of the other guys was like, "Man, that was so great, man. You got me wanting to dig in the crates now." And he pulled a whole bass music set out a couple days later, and then that inspired somebody else to go do something else. And another dude went and pulled up some house records that he hadn't played in years, and it just kind of kept snowballing from there. Everybody inspiring each other to play something different, and that keeps our shows fresh, and that keeps the whole situation more fun and entertaining for us as DJs, trying something new, trying something different. So I definitely suggest that people get out of your comfort zone, get out of your box that you unintentionally pigeonhole yourself into. If you typically play a bunch of trap music because the club you play in has a ratchet clientele, get into some 90s hip hop, play some boom bap, and see how you feel about that. What I'm saying? Like, mix it up, play it just straight R&B set, play some house music, play something, just anything, mix it up, and try all these records behind me. That's like a full spectrum of all kind of stuff. There's some jazz over there, there's some funk records, there's some drum and bass, there's some house in there, there's some of everything. What I'm saying? I pull out all of that stuff. I pull the records out. I don't always just play straight off Serato. I did a whole set, 3 hours of slow jams straight off of vinyl. I just went through here and pulled every slow jam record, every record with a slow jam on it, that if I played it, somebody would react to it, and didn't even play all of them, not even close. You know what I'm saying? So and people were loving it. I was bored because it wasn't a whole lot of mixing involved, but it was something different, and it was fun. And I had visuals to go along with it. I had like rain dripping down the screen, had a whole Quiet Storm kind of vibe, like you were looking in the window at me and the rain was dripping off of the glass. It's all kind of stuff that you could do visually to add on to that, on top of that. So just try stuff. But some people just get kind of stuck in that rut of what they used to doing.
Yep. Don't want to change until they see somebody else doing it. Somebody else doing it, they're like, "Oh, how you do that?"
Yeah. I employ anybody. Pop over at Atlanta DJ Collective. You'll see all kind of stuff. All of our guys do something different. We got some that got some basic setups, and we got some that go all out crazy with some of the stuff that they do. We had some people did a couple of DJs as a husband and wife couple. They did a techno set the other night, and it was their room, their studio. You could see their production equipment over on one side, but they had a whole nother corner where they had their setup for mixing. But the room, they had black lights in there. They had those lights that the like make little color balls spin around the ceiling. They had all kind of different visual lights going on in the room with them, but then their transitions for different scenes would have other visuals that were going on, and there was like this wireframe ball that was spinning around that was really trippy, that worked perfectly with the music, and every so often light would just flash on the screen, and it just somehow synced up with the music. It really wasn't synced, it just worked that way, you know. So I mean, it was really basically put together, but visually was really stimulating. So, you know, it creativity, you limit it to that. That's it. The sky's the limit. But get out your comfort zone. That's the big thing, that big takeaway. If you don't want to do all the visuals, if you still want to just throw your camera up there and your logo and your Cash App, do that. Sometimes I'll do the same thing. But I'll name my show and I'll put my logo up on there, my social medias, and then I just run it. Sometimes I don't even have all the extra overlays and everything going on, but I always have my follow alerts and the chat on the screen,
You
because
said
that
Atlanta DJ Collective, right?
yep, that's it. Yep.
It's a nice logo. Got the city where it's mirrored onto the water.
Yeah, one of our guys, he created that like within the first couple of days. We you know, we were like, what can we do? We got the guy who came up with the idea, he made like a little private group for us to talk in to try to brainstorm what we're gonna do, and that's what he called the group. And he's like, "What are we gonna call this thing?" He said, "You already named it, the Atlanta DJ Collective. That's perfect. That's exactly what we're trying to do, because we didn't want to restrict it to being one genre of music. So we were like, you know, that encompasses everything. You know, anybody can come in and play anything, and we welcome anybody. If you wanna come stream with us, you know, feel free to hit me up on Facebook Messenger and talk to me about it, and I'll set you up so you can do a stream on there and, you know, get a slot on the calendar. We have a calendar that we set up, and it's open for anybody to go in and put a slot on the calendar when they want to play, and then they just go in. We get them the stream key. We give everybody their own unique stream keys. That's another thing you can do on Twitch. You can let other people stream to your channel without actually giving them your password or a stream key to sign in. It you just put their email address in there, and it'll email them a unique stream key just for them. So if you want to revoke that, all you got to do is remove them from the list, and they can't stream there no more.
That's what somebody mentioned the other day about people
Instagram,
using D Nice
yeah,
Instagram. He
that
just he just shared this. He just
he
shared the streaming information. His server
yeah.
and stream
I
key.
didn't really understand where he was going with that argument about that's not what he was doing. That's exactly what he's doing. He gave him his login. Instagram, you can't do that. The only way you can stream the live is to be logged into that account. They're sharing their password so that other people can log into it, and then afterward probably changing it to something that nobody will know what it is.
So
That's
you're
the only
saying
way
that
that
you
that can
can't
work.
do it?
I don't know of any way that you could possibly do that with the and because they're not using like Yellow Duck to try to stream through OBS or anything like that. That would be the smart thing to do, is to set it up that way and then
Mm-hmm.
give them that stream key, and then because I think the stream key changes every time you log into it. So give them that stream key and let them go. That would be the smart thing to do. But at the same time, Yellow Duck is that whole thing is so finicky because it's technically hacking Instagram. So, you know, you got to like connect really quick. So that's probably not viable for them to do that, but that'd be the smarter way to do it. But the only other way I know of is to actually give them the password so they can log into your account. Because otherwise you'd have to bring them in to your existing live stream like they're doing with Versus. And that's why Teddy and Babyface was having that problem, because they couldn't get each other back into the thing in the end. That's the only other way that I know of to do it. So I've never heard of any other way that you could do that. There's no way to just share a way that you can get into a live without creating a live, bringing that person in. And if you leave the live ends. So you can't bring them in and then let them take it over and it stays on your channel. That doesn't work that way. Which Instagram is very limiting in that way. That's why I really don't get why anybody wants to stream over there. It's extremely limiting. That's why everybody, any of the big names that's on there, listen to them. They'll tell you constantly, come over to Twitch. Come over to Twitch. I'm on Twitch. This is going to get kicked off. This is going to get disconnected. The audio's better over on Twitch. Come over to Twitch. They all say that constantly. And some of them won't even stream anywhere else. They only stream it on Twitch. Like I think Craze is only streaming on Twitch. I think Z Trip is on another platform, but he constantly says, "This is my platform of choice. It's Twitch. That's my primary focus," and he focuses on that Twitch chat. Questlove is on all of them, and unfortunately focuses on the Instagram chat. But their push as far as where they're telling people to go is Twitch and YouTube. So, everybody's trying to kind of move their audience away from the Facebook owned platforms because that they don't want us. That's how I keep looking at it. They don't want us there. If they wanted us, they would have made some changes by now. It's been way too long. If you see Twitch making changes, Mixcloud making changes, Pandora getting into the mix, that really shocked me. Pandora's getting into the mix, and a couple other services are popping up, and who knows who else is going to get into the mix. And then SoundCloud partnered with Twitch to fast track you to affiliate. All of this stuff is happening, and Facebook and Instagram ain't make no changes. They don't want us there. I don't stay where I ain't want it. So I'm moving on. And that's why I keep trying to tell people that. But I know people don't really know me in the zone like that, other than me yelling at people to get on Twitch. But I'm not in there to try to start issues with nobody or nothing like that. I'm just trying to pass on knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't saying I know everything, but I did my research, and I'm just trying to let people know.
Well, you proved yourself today.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do is let people know, and I'm not for free. I ain't even charging for the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I just want my whole thing with this whole thing is I've been telling people with this pandemic and us being forced online like this, it's a blessing and a curse. The curse, you don't get that direct one-on-one with your audience that physically like we had, and it's very different trying to do it online. But the blessing outweighs that dramatically right now, because now we're on the same level playing field with all of the major names. And right now, it's time for you to market the hell out of yourself. Branding, all of that. Put your name out there. Put all your socials on there. Get every bit of information. Use your social media to promote all of that stuff. Everything that you was doing to promote your events at the club, you can do with your live streams. Do the same thing you was doing with that. It ain't nothing different. Just keep doing that, but show what you can do. That's another reason why we all kind of started playing multiple genres of music instead of staying with what people already knew us for, and we was kind of stuck in and was almost getting kind of tired of it because it's always playing the same thing. Is now we get to showcase what I can do. So now don't think promoters ain't looking at these streams. They definitely are, because some of them trying to get in on it, create instead, so they can't book a club and do a show. They create a channel or a Facebook page and get a bunch of DJs to stream to that, and they make a flyer and promote it just like they would a club night or a festival or whatever. They doing the same thing. They're watching. They see what we're doing, and they see you playing. They pop in, even if it's for a second. They see what you're doing. So give them something that is going to make them remember what you're doing. And then when we do go back into the clubs, they were like, yeah, you know what? I kind of made a short list of people that I ain't never messed with before, but I like what they do. I want to get them in here and see how they can, get busy in front of a crowd. And now, more money. You know what I'm saying? Or however it worked for you. Some people do actually do gigs for that exposure. So but whatever works for you, the whole point is to get yourself out there more. And this is the perfect time to do that more than ever, because we all sit in the same place, looking at the same platforms, looking for the same thing. I can't tell you that I've listened to this many DJs playing in my life. I'm listening to people play all day, every day, 7 days a week. So it's crazy. I've met people that I've seen their names online. I've heard their names. I've had conversations almost as long as the one we just had, on the phone, talking to them, about stuff, helping them get some stuff set up, and then we get them set up, and then completely get off the topic of streaming and just start talking, and getting to know each other, and I've made a bunch of friends, that are extremely talented, in doing this, and I can't say that this situation has been all that bad. It sucks being stuck in a house,
Yeah.
but I'm the kind of person I try to look at the silver lining in anything, and I see a huge one in this. And it's just a matter of how you want to approach it. What I'm saying? You want to sit in the corner and feel bad that you stuck in a house, and man, when we gonna get back into the clubs? You got a club in your house.
Yeah.
What I'm saying? Make a club, make a virtual club. If you divide, like people like they try to say, if you divide, if you the one that is the reason why that night was a movie, all the little cliche sayings that people like to throw out there after the night at the club. If you the reason that it was like that, then you should be able to translate that to the internet. So now it's time to show and prove. All that talking that people been doing, all these years, showing, that they was doing this, that, and the third. Now it's time to show if you could really do that.
Cool.
That's where I'm at with it.
All right. I don't know whether you know how long you think we've been on the air. Just
I can
don't
see
even
the
look at
time.
Huh?
I can see the time.
Oh,
I
you
can
can
see
see
how
it.
time like you've been on total. And I think I came on at the 2 hour mark, so it's been another 2.5 almost. It don't feel like it's been
We're
that
about
long though.
4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's 4.5 now. Yeah. Jeez.
And see, it go soon as I get a guest on it, man.
It's
It
good
can.
conversation.
It just what we just used to. We just talk just like if we were sitting somewhere, in a bar
Yeah.
or whatever,
Yeah.
just sitting somewhere talking. The conversation can go, but if it was
Oh,
just me, if you would have never showed up, or if you stayed in the comments and then popped on, I would have been gone. Cause
yeah.
soon as this
Yeah.
water dried out, I'm like, I'm
I
out of
want
water. I'm not running back to get in no more. I'm
yeah.
done. My voice is giving out. It's cracking up or whatever. So,
Yeah. No, I'm glad you opened it up because I've been wanting to chop it up with you and kind of,
man, feel free
let you know,
anytime.
what info that I had, because like I said, I appreciate the fact that you even was calling people out for their audio, because that was the first step, what I'm saying, in getting people to realize that there's something else. And I don't want any of the DJs in this city to look bad. What I'm saying? Like, I ain't that kind of person. I want everybody to win. So I feel it's enough room for everybody. The bad ones gonna weed themselves out anyway. So I just think anybody that got some talent, needs to get their time to shine. But if that was that first step, that audio, if they still there, they weren't never gonna shine. What I'm saying? Then once they get that, then they can see that there's more to it. And but they still was getting stuck with getting shut off. So then that's when I popped in trying to say, hey, there's another way. But you get some resistance. So I hope that that whoever's watching now or whoever watches the archive can take that and absorb it and get that. I'm just trying to pass on what I've learned from watching a lot of videos and reading a lot of articles and doing a lot of test streams myself, and just over the years just live streaming period, just on internet radio stations, and doing things that it's possible. It's definitely possible to keep an audience and move people to another platform. If they want to watch you, they're gonna come. If you build it, they will come. That was they said in the movie.
yeah.
So
And that's what I'm
it's
doing. And
that.
as for this point now, you just gave me an idea. I'm gonna start reposting the broadcast, because I know too many people are not going to listen for 4.5 hours, but
Right.
you may have some people that may just put it on and just walk around the house and do something, but then they hear something and then they come back and like, wait, he just said something. Let me
Right.
rewind back and hear what he said. Or you and this happens every week.
Yeah.
Every week.
Yeah.
Somebody mentions something, and I'll be like, man, we just talked about that last week on the podcast. Go check it out. That's why it's there, whether it's me by myself or 5 of us, 6 of us in here.
Right.
There's something always said that somebody is gonna want to know or that's gonna reflect the following week or whatever, because it never fails. That's
Yeah.
why with what I did with the audio, I always put the audio options are listed in the announcement. So when somebody comes on, they say, "Oh, I need to learn how to get better sound." I'm like, "Okay, you got 2 options." And this is how I put it now. You got 1 or 2 options. I can set up a private channel and I can show you how to do it, but I'm gonna tell you now, there's gonna be a Cash App name. There's gonna be a Cash App in there because I've done this the first 2 weeks.
Right. At this point, the
The first
knowledge
2
ain't free
weeks,
no more.
yeah. And I'm like, that's your first option. Or the second option, I got 2 videos in the announcement section. Go look in the announcement in the zone group and go through that. You'll find what you need. So you decide on which one you want to do. And it's basically what you said. You give the people information. They have to do their research. I'm just giving you the information. You got to go and find out what you have that will work for you, that can get you the results that you need.
Yeah. Yeah. And I really wish I had realized how many people didn't know a lot of this information. I didn't realize like I was telling my wife this the other day too. I didn't realize how many DJs were not tech savvy.
Ooh.
I didn't realize the extent of it, because a lot of the DJs I know are. So I didn't realize that it was so many that just don't know.
Okay,
They
let me take a
literally
week
like
off.
they,
Let me
they
take a week off and forward everybody that's going to
man,
contact me to you. You'll
look,
find
I
out.
was my whole thing was, I'm like, look, you DJing off a computer, you don't know nothing else. Apparently not. I was really shocked at that. So, I honestly wish I had a thought about it, and I would have made a bunch of videos explaining all of this stuff. And it probably would have had crazy views and on YouTube and stuff like that. But before I even thought about it, that's when all the other ones, they kind of realized that they got to do the same thing and don't know. So I started seeing DJ City and Digital DJ Tips. I always get that name wrong. And Crossfader. Those 3 channels, they got a bunch of videos now about live streaming. And then of course they got connections to the manufacturers, so they get rolling, sending them the go, and all kind of stuff like that. So they're showing some of the products and stuff that they can use too. So they moving along with that.
But here's the thing about them. You go back and watch like Mojack video or Phil video or whatever, they don't know no
No,
more than
no,
what we know right now.
no. The second
They're
I think
still learning. They're
I
still
think it,
learning.
I think it's the second video, but the first time he did it as a live stream that Mojax did,
He still don't know.
he says it. He said, look, I don't know this stuff. I'm learning it as I find out stuff. I'm letting y'all know. And he said some stuff in there that he happened to figure out, and I was like, oh, I didn't know about that. Let me look into that and see if I can use that. So he's finding out about some stuff. So his videos aren't useless just because he didn't know. What I'm saying, as he gets the information, he's passing along, which is what you're supposed to do. But the fact that he didn't know going in, which it's not like he didn't know about live streaming the DJ set, because years ago he did some videos about it. And he was like, we're gonna dig into it deeper, and he didn't. And now he's forced to, and probably wishing he did. So that's and I watched those videos back when he did that, because I've been looking into this for a long time, and I was trying to find as much information as I could. There was zero information for DJs. The information that and the couple of videos that Mojax did, one of them he didn't even do himself. He introduced somebody else that knew about the topic, but what they talked about really didn't guide you, or it didn't guide me in the direction of anything I didn't already know. But it was some useful information there. But he just didn't dig into it much. It was mostly, you can use OBS, and here's how you can set it up. It was basic. Serato did one of those videos, and threw that up there so people knew how to set up OBS so they could stream. And this literally all they did is like, okay, and then you go in here, you sign in to Twitch or sign in to Facebook or whatever you want to use, and then you're ready. It was real basic, and that's as far as he ever went with it. And I was like, that can't be it. There's got to be more to it. There's more options. There's more details. So then I started looking at the videos for gamers. And that's where I got a lot of my information from, was listening to what they were doing. They got videos on all, like you were talking about OBS plugins. They got videos talking about. There's one guy that does, I can't remember his name, but he's got videos, like 2 or 3 videos, his top 5 favorite OBS plugins. And of course he's geared towards gaming, because he's a game streamer. But he'll do that, and you may want to use those plugins, you may not. They may be valuable, they may not. The last one he did, which I think he just did recently, he mentioned that visualizer that I use. That's actually an OBS plugin. So add it in as a plugin. It's another source that you add in. You tell it what the input is that you want it to respond to. It can respond to your mic, it can respond to the music, and then you place it on the screen. You can make it as big, small as you want. You can adjust how much gravity pulls the waves back down, all kind of stuff. It's up to you how you want to set it up, but that's a plugin that you can add. So
EPOS Vox. EPOS
that's
Vox.
another one. Yes, that's who made the
I've
Yellow
seen
Duck
some of his.
video.
Yep.
That's who made the Yellow Duck video. I happened to like I said, I saw DJ Scratch, and I said to my wife, I said, yo, he's using something else. I know he's streaming from a computer to Instagram, and I've never seen anybody do that, because he had a whole separate video, and where he was just at the top of the screen. It wasn't the whole screen. I was like, it's something else he's doing. I don't know what it is he's using, but somebody knows. And the next day, this guy made a video about Yellow Duck. So, but that's what I'm talking about. That's the visualizer right there. Actually, I was just referring to, but it's another guy. He's got a couple videos about plugins. He got one that shows you like your when you do transitions, your windows can like actually move across the screen automatically instead of just it fading from one to the other or something like that. But yeah, it's all kind of, and he actually even recognized that there's people that are streaming now that aren't gaming, they're doing games. He made he said he was going to make some more that was non-gaming related, but he made a non-gaming related video about streaming like a couple weeks ago. And so yeah, even the YouTubers are seeing it. If they see it, I know the company's got to see it. So, but yeah, his is a very good channel. He talks about all kind of stuff. He talks about getting your audio good. That's a real good channel to find out about audio. Because if you ever listen to how his voice is, he actually used to do something with radio, I believe. And so he
He's a
is
lot of plugins.
well, yeah, he has plugins, but he's he goes through talks about a lot of different mics, a lot of different about different sound cards, yeah, different settings. I actually just added a compressor onto my music input, so that I could sidechain it with a microphone. So whenever I talk into the mic, once the mic volume reaches a certain decibel level, it'll push the music audio down, so that way the music doesn't ever overpower me talking into the mic, no matter how loud how
auto
loud it is.
ducking or
Yeah,
limited.
well, yeah, actually that's what it says in there. It's the compressor that you add, but when you add the compressor, you'll see the very bottom option says sidechain /ducking.
Oh, because I was looking for that. I saw it. I went
Yeah.
through when when DJ M3 told me about the plugins, and he told me about and this is one that I used. I used the NDI. I took
Mm-hmm.
my MacBook Pro that had my that I was playing Serato from
Mm-hmm.
and imported using NDI, and it was direct cable. He was telling me that I need like a gigabit router, ran my cables to a
Nah,
gigabit
do the
router, which
cable.
yeah, and I tried that, but then I started experimenting with other things. I had like a shoot, where's that thing? I had like a 3.0, and I had it right here. I don't even know where it is now. I had like a hub that had like had two US two 3.0 ports, HDMI, VGA, and RJ45. And I was looking at it right here, and I saw, I'm like, I wonder what happened if I plug my RJ45 for my desktop computer that I was still trying to hook up directly into my Mac. And I hooked it into it. I'm like, oh, it works. And it looks like the latency has gotten better. It
Mm-hmm.
was a little less latency.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, I went into the other room and went through my drawers where I got a whole bunch of PCI cards, and I pulled out a PCI card, Ethernet.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 10100, but I just wanted to see if it'll work anyway. And I put it in the desktop computer that I had, even though I'm using the one on the motherboard for internet. I'm like, okay,
Right.
let me plug
Right.
one
It'll
into the
fit
port
both of them. Yeah.
and then just run the cable directly from the one that I inserted in there directly to my MacBook, and it worked, no
Yep.
problem.
Yep. Yep. Because it's still a network connection. Because that's what the
Yeah,
N in NDI stands for, is network. So as long as there's some kind of network connectivity, it's gonna read it. So even if it's a USB cable, it'll still pick it up because technically it's still networked to it. So I got one of my guys, he uses his iPhone for a camera through NDI, and he has the lightning cable plugged into the USB port, and that actually reduces the latency rather than if you wanted to if you tried to use it wireless. And so he and the camera on that is fantastic. It looked better than the webcams that that most people were using, or like I have one too, the Logitech C920, is probably the most popular. Yeah. Yeah. So
I sold two of
oh
them.
yeah,
I
I saw
got
you
one
had some
left.
for sale. Yeah. So I
Yeah,
mean, that's the camera that like every streamer has gone and pick up the C922, but if you can find anything now, but
yeah.
they that the connecting your phone through NDI looks better than those, because it's a better camera anyway. Those, they constantly upgrading the cameras in the phones. So 9 times out of 10, you got an old phone sitting in a drawer from that you upgraded from. Ain't nothing wrong with the phone. You just don't use it no more. It's a backup phone. Charge it up, plug it up, connect it up, and use that as a webcam.
Even if the screen on is cracked, as long
Yeah,
as you can see as
as long as the
long as you can
camera ain't
see what,
cracked, you
yeah, as
good.
long as the camera is good.
Yeah, yep. That's all you need.
And
You
that's why I
know.
tell people, I'm like, shoot, the camera on your phone is probably better than the C920.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because
Absolutely.
it's 1080 at 30, and
Right.
most phones, at least for the past what 3-4 years,
They going to 4K
are
now.
that or higher.
Hmm. Yep. So that's an easy way to go right there, and it's not hard to set up. You just install the plugin in the OBS, which is there's an actual installer that you just run on the computer. So it's not like you got to try to find folders or find where to put the files or anything like that. It does all of that for you. Then you open up OBS, and it has NDI source as an option. And then I think on the phone you have to install an app, but you know how to install an app.
Mhm.
So boom, you good to go.
Play with
you
that,
know.
man.
And now there's a bunch of free options for the app. It used to be you had to pay for it, but now they got a bunch of free ones. So yeah, I mean it's man, there's so many options that's out there, and all you got to do is if you need a certain thing, just Google that certain thing. and there's for the specific use you're trying to use it for. So like camera for OBS, iPhone camera OBS, something like that, and you'll find all the information about it.
I already
It's
got it.
not hard.
NDI camera. I
There
already
you go.
had it on here. I thought I had
Yeah.
it on here.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a super simple thing. I had one of my guys that uses it. He said, "Yeah, I found a YouTube video and it walked me through it, and it worked perfectly the first time, no issues." And his camera is super clear. So yeah, that's the way to go if that's where you need to go.
Cool.
Right now, you ain't buying no webcams.
They're expensive too. I mean,
If you
the
can find them.
920s.
Yeah.
Just not the 922s. The 922s would do, the only difference with those, they would do 720 at 60. But it'll do 1080
it was
at
a
30.
slight upgrade to the 920. It's not a dramatic difference, but it's a slight difference to them.
Now, if you want to get to the bigger ones, if you want to go actually higher, then you have to move out of the C class and you have to go to the Brio.
Right.
The Brio does 4K. That's
EPOS Vox. That's another thing he did. He did some reviews on that camera. He does reviews on the webcams too. And he had one where he compared the C920, the Brio, one that Razer makes, and a SLR camera that he has. And honestly, the Brio didn't even look that good. Like the C920 actually was looking better than the Brio did. So I mean, it's sometimes it's not even worth paying the extra money for some of that stuff. But right now, it's just I was trying to figure out why webcams were so scarce. And I realized that a lot of people was working from home too and had to do like teleconferencing and stuff like that. So it's not like webcams were in abundance in the stores anyway. It's not like they're hot sellers typically. So the few cameras that was there was selling out everywhere. So now can't nobody get a camera for no reason.
And unless you want to pay high for it, I mean,
the
920s are running 200 and up. And
I don't recommend anybody doing that. I hate price gougers.
I said, if anybody, I don't want to sell it, but if somebody wants to buy it, hey, you give me 120, you can have what I got, because all I'm just gonna do is upgrade. And what I'm looking for now, I don't know if you're familiar with, I'm looking at doing HDMI output stuff.
Yeah, I saw you mention that with the Blackmagic. Yeah, I saw I forgot whose video it was. They were showing that thing. That thing is actually pretty amazing. You can pretty much there was one, I don't know if it's that one, where you can actually stream directly from the device itself.
That's the Pro.
Is that
the Mini
Pro?
Pro.
Okay. Yeah, where you didn't actually have to, OBS was like not even necessary, just stream straight out of that. And I was like, wow, like, okay, that's a whole nother level that I don't really feel the need to get into, but that's incredible that that's an option, because, you know, let's say when this is all over with and I'm mobile, maybe I want to stream from wherever I'm at, you know, and stream what's going on, you know, the set from the club. You know, that's something that we actually had done before, was set up cameras on you know, on the DJ booth and point one at the crowd, and then set up the computer over on the side and tap into the club's internet and go.
Oh, you don't have to do that. You can connect directly into it for the internet.
Well, yeah, for that device, yeah. For that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, for something like that, it's got everything already built in, so that's connecting to the club's internet, and then you plug in everything else into that and just controlling everything from there. I mean, that's a game changer for something like that, you know. But yeah, it's not cheap. It does not come cheap.
Well, the Mini was,
the Mini's not bad.
Yeah, that was 300, but the Pro was like probably twice that much. And if you look at it, you're like, okay, all they did just add a couple buttons over here on the right side, but those buttons, there's a lot more. Then there's a lot of stuff internally. Like when you hook your output up, you get everything on the screen. You get your preview and what's playing now, and then you get your four connections, whatever your four inputs are, your sound, you get a media player, you get your stream, you get all that stuff on screen. Then plus you can record directly into it. You could put a flash drive into it.
Right, you can just save it. I
Right.
think there's an SD card slot on there too.
No, it was
It,
it's a USB-C.
it's just USB.
Or
Okay.
something. Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
And the more I
it's a
started looking
couple
at
of
it, my
little ones
mouth
like that I
started
see. I
watering,
think might be another one I'm mixing it up with.
and I started seeing more options. Like I had somebody, one of my cousins, he said that I think it's either his church or another church is looking to. It's an older church. They didn't get into the streaming like a lot of churches are. Like my church, we've been doing it probably 5 years or whatever, because I was handling not only the audio but starting the streaming, and then somebody else from another room handled that. But you know, you getting a lot of smaller churches now. They got to stay competitive, just like with DJs. Everybody, has to do stuff online. They in order to keep their service and their congregation, their members and stuff, they need to stream. And so I've had one call about it for a church on the south side, and then my cousin, he mentioned one. I'm like, man, if I get this, then all I gotta do is take this look. I could take this little camera. I could probably take this one because these have HDMI on it. I can grab a couple of my Sonys, grab the DSLR, whatever, and provide them a service. It ain't gonna be, it'll be something basic depending on what their budget is. If they want something bigger and better, then yeah, you're gonna have to
Right. It's gonna
spend a
cost
little
it.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's
Yeah.
that, like you said, that's a whole service that you can provide, having all of that stuff, and yeah, and actually speaking of cameras, and what you was just pulling out, that's something one of my other guys just ended up picking up a GoPro. So and with GoPro you gotta have, there's some models I think you have to input through HDMI.
All
And
of them.
then I think the newer one, because I think that's the one he had, is a new model where now it actually does do a USB connection.
The 8.
I think it's
the Black 8.
I think it's the newest one. I have to ask him and find out exactly what model he has, but I think his does it. And then somebody else had one, and I was like, I think you can just USB with a GoPro, but I was like, but don't quote me on that because I don't really know. I ain't got experience with GoPros yet. And then somebody popped in. He was like, no, I got a GoPro. You got to do HDMI out, so you got to have some kind of capture device to input into. So but he was like, yeah, that's with this model on back. The new one, you can actually do a USB connection and it'll come up as a webcam. So I guess that's something that either they just started doing or maybe they made a firmware update that allows it to do it or something like that. But he claims that it can do it. But I ain't really looked into one because I ain't really had a need for a GoPro. Once I got the C920 and I got this other little piece of crap webcam that I got for real cheap that I just tried out because it was cheap, and it's super grainy. I use that for like a secondary camera that is pointed at my turntable, so people kind of see what I'm doing. As far as that, I'll switch to every blue moon, but I keep the C920 on me, so it has the better picture. So I got another camera that I just ordered tonight. I'm gonna try to see how it goes. Another somebody else ordered one. It's actually, this is a camera that you can still get. Waze,
Okay.
WYZE.
Yeah, that's
Somebody
Derek
mentioned that the other day.
Logic.
Yeah. So I had ran into that actually about 2 weeks ago. I was looking at something else, and I was on Micro Center's website, and I just decided to search webcams to see what would pop up, because somebody was asking me about webcams, and that's when I realized all of them were sold out everywhere. Micro Center didn't have them, Staples didn't have them, nobody had them. But I went on Micro Center and searched it, and this Waze camera came up. And I was like, what is this Waze camera? This doesn't even look like a regular webcam. Like, what is this thing? And realized that it's a security camera, a wireless
Mhm.
security camera. But because of the scarcity of webcams, they made firmware that will turn it into a webcam. You just got to buy the USB cable and have an SD card to install the firmware. And it's full 1080p. Apparently, it has kind of that fish eye kind of look on the ends. But I actually kind of think that that's kind of a cool little look for what we're doing. So that might actually work for some people. So I just ordered one to check it out. So I'll have that in a couple days and see how that goes. But yeah, that, and it's cheap. They're $25, and you can get them at Home Depot too. So hopefully they're not going to end up being sold out everywhere because I just said that. But they're if you can get into Home Depot, apparently they make you stand in the line before you can get in the store to limit how many people are in there. But you probably do a pickup or something like that to make it easier. But that's their Micro Center and Home Depot are only local places that I know that have them.
I know Micro Center is out because when he did that post, I'm like, okay, let me look into this. Even though I'm not looking to go backwards, I'm looking to go forwards. But I'm like, well, if I can use it for a security camera, I can probably integrate it. And then I saw somewhere that you can integrate it with Alexa, which we got.
Right, yeah. I think it does have Alexa functions to it. No, they still well. Yeah, no, they got them.
Micro Center does now.
Yeah, the Marietta store does. Let me switch to the other one and see if they got it too.
Last time I checked, the Marietta store had 7, and the Duluth store had 9, which I'm closer to the Duluth store.
Okay, yeah, Duluth is out. They got one open box.
No.
That's it. But they on Amazon too. That's where I ordered mine from because I needed to go to Home Depot to pick up some stuff the other day. And when I went, I saw people standing out front in the line, and I was like, "What is happening?" And then I saw the signs, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not standing." It was like 85 degrees, and I had my kids with me. I'm not standing out in the heat, and then we got these masks on and everything. I'm not doing that. We gonna dehydrate and pass out standing out here waiting to get in the store. And I was like, "It's a Lowe's right next door. Let me go over here." And they wasn't doing that, so I went in there and got everything else that I needed, but the camera, they don't sell that camera. So, I was like, okay, well, Amazon got them. I'll just order them off of there. But yeah, they got them at the Marietta store. And then when they have a bunch in stock, it says 10 plus in stock, and that's what it says. And then they got 3 open boxes, so you could save $5 and get an open box.
For
refurbished. Yeah. No, it's just an open box. I buy them every now and then because I'll go in the store and I'll look at them, make sure everything is there. But usually it'll be like somebody bought it, didn't like it, took it back, and there's nothing wrong with it, but they can't sell it as new, so they'll discount it a few bucks.
You said Micro Center, right?
Yeah,
Micro Center. I saw they had the.
There's a refurbished one too. Yeah, I see it now.
That's what I saw.
Yeah,
the refurbished.
Yeah, so the refurbished one is $17.99, and then the brand new ones are $24.99. But if you look under the brand new ones, it'll tell you how many open boxes they have, and it says 3 open boxes for $19.96. So it won't be a refurbished one. It's technically new, but the box has been opened. Most likely everything is probably in there. So I'll buy open boxes from them every so often, depending on what it is and if everything is there. Usually you can open it up and see it, make sure everything is in there.
Let's see what. Okay, Amazon has them $25.96.
Yeah, yeah. They had they got a 2-pack on there too, which I don't think it was a couple dollars cheaper, but I think the price went up, so it may not be much of a discount to do the 2-pack if you need 2 cameras. But you can order it that way.
Okay, let's see it. It probably. I'll find it in a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look in this Band Lab though, because this is what.
Okay, now I see it. $49.99.
Oh yeah, I don't think this is the platform for us. So Chew TV was designed for DJs, but BandLab bought it, or it became BandLab, which is now designed for live production or music creation. So yeah, that ain't for us. Unless you do that. I just wouldn't do it live. Don't nobody want to watch my process anyway.
I said there's going to be within the next 2 weeks, somebody else is going to pop their ugly head up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm really curious to see who's gonna pop up next.
But the thing is, are
And
they going to pop up and be able to hold it down? Because as you can see, I'm sure you've heard about the playdj.tv.
mm-hmm,
They've stopped 5 p.m. They had to shut their doors down because they used up all their bandwidth and they wasn't expecting the amount of people that were trying to stream with them. So they
maybe
got
that's why
shut down.
nobody was on when I went to look at the site trying to
Oh
look
yeah,
at
if you
some of the
went on
streams. There
after
was
5.
nobody. Well, this was a few weeks ago that I was looking on there,
Oh,
but there was like just nobody on there streaming, and maybe people just hadn't found out about it yet or something. I don't know how long it's been around, but nobody was streaming live at the time that I could find, or either that, or if the site was too convoluted to find somebody actually playing. But I couldn't find anybody that was actually live, and the only archive videos I could find looked like they were all the people in the same set. Like this was before lockdown, and they were, people coming in doing guest sets or something like that. So I don't know, I really couldn't figure out what the deal was with that platform because I didn't have any kind of real information that I could get out of them. But maybe that it plays into it that, I mean, it's a small company, so I would imagine that they probably don't have the infrastructure in place to really take on a large number of people coming at them at the same time, and people just looking for a place to not get cut off. So, they going over there.
yeah, this is the email that I read earlier.
Oh wow.
They had to
Had to
they said
pause the
on
site.
pause, but right. Let's see, where is it? Right here. Unfortunately, live streaming costs a hell of a lot of money, and we had no investment backing behind us. So
And
they
I
mentioned
had
that
to
a lot.
explain that to my wife. She told me, she said, you know what, why don't you just create your own platform? I said, I ain't got that kind of
Yeah,
and
you
I ain't
got to
got
be
that
ready
scratch.
for it. You got to be
Yeah.
ready for it. That's a
And
lot
yeah,
you got to have.
exactly. Because I was like, my whole thing too is I know, like, if I was to create a platform, I understand, coming, it'd be, a for DJs by DJs kind of thing. So I would know, what people are wanting to do. So, I'm not looking to shut nobody off and mute nobody or nothing like that. But then you're gonna start having copyright holders come knocking at the door eventually, so there's gotta be something that you gotta put in place for that. So, and then and even before they start doing that, you're gonna have, if the word gets out, just like how when Mixcloud popped up and said, yeah, it's gonna be 100% legal, everybody started rushing over there because they was like, oh, it's legal and it's already covered, we ain't gonna get cut off. So then they started jumping on it, and they killed their servers too.
Oh,
They did the same
they
thing.
stopped.
It was they well they didn't stop it the way that Play DJ did, but it was basically, it just wasn't working because it was too many people trying to get on there. It basically kind of crashed it out. So that being a beta, that it really wasn't ready for them to. They put the word out there and they said the magic word that they should have kept to themselves for a moment. They should have really kept it limited and did a closed beta test and let just certain people get in there and try it out and see how it goes and build their infrastructure up from there. But instead, they just opened up the doors, and the only limitation was, oh, you got to have a pro account. Oh, but by the way, everybody gets a free pro account for 3 months right now, and everybody just jumped on it, and they could not handle it. and they worked really quickly to get everything going again. That's why you really don't hear about it when it happens. But I heard too many people talking about, yeah, I tried it and that was bad. If you look at I think it was Mojax. I think it was Mojax. One of them did tried to stream on they I think they were doing a video about Mixcloud Live, and they were trying to actually do it live and show you how to do it and how it works. And when you start streaming in OBS and it sends that video feed up to Mixcloud, like if you've used Restream, you've seen this on the Restream site. When you start it, it shows you the little preview of the stream before it actually sends it out to the other platforms.
Yeah, it was a delay, a long
He was
delay.
trying to do it, and yeah, it never even came up. One of the videos I watched, the preview never even came up. I think the thing ended up crashing out and disconnecting the stream. So it's severely broken, but it's a beta, which should be an alpha. But it's really far away from where it needs to be. And that's the only reason I keep telling people. I was like, I love the idea of what Mixcloud is trying to do, but it's just not viable right now. It's not where it's not where you want to be. And you think you still have to sign up for an account to chat, but you can't do it from the app, so you can only look at anything from the website. So it's just when there's other options out there that actually work, I just don't see the point.
Way too soon.
Yeah, it might be somewhere to go later on, but in the meantime, you could be doing a whole lot more, and who knows what might happen over there. So, and while they're trying to get their stuff working, so I really wouldn't be surprised if right now Twitch is trying to figure out how to get a license deal that we can add. I honestly think that seems like with the stuff that they do, that seems like something that they would do, because we wouldn't be the only ones to benefit from that. The gamers would benefit from that too. That's a site-wide thing that they deal with, because the gamers have been running into situations where they like to have music playing in the background of their streams. And sometimes they even give options for people to throw bits at them or use their points and request songs. And they have like plugins that can make you can have Spotify playing and it'll read your Spotify feed and put the title of the song and the cover art, all of this stuff on the screen. They've been doing this for the longest. They've added all of these plugins for it, but they get demonetized and muted just like like we do for playing those songs. And they got game audio playing on top of them, and the algorithm still picks it up. So, it would benefit them just as much as it would benefit us to have some kind of license deal. And if Mixcloud can do it, Twitch can do it. And the fact that Twitch got somebody that's in the music industry, streaming music industry on top of that, that's on top of that particular department now. I really see that they're gonna make some big moves really soon. And I hate to keep sounding like this big cheerleader for Twitch, but I just see the move that they're making. It just seems so sensible and so logical, because they've already got all of the infrastructure in place. Everything we just talked about Mixcloud and Play DJ not having in place and not being able to handle, Twitch has that in abundance, and that's Amazon. They got that Amazon money. You know what I'm saying? Bezos is sitting on money that he's supposed to pay for taxes. You know what I'm saying? He got dough. So Twitch got a backing that nobody else can compete with. The next closest platform that can compete with that is YouTube, and Google ain't looking at that. That's the one platform I don't see making any moves at all. And in terms of what we're doing. And I don't know if it's just because not a lot of people are actually streaming over there and not looking at that as an option. But I don't really see anything happening on the YouTube end. And Google hasn't made no announcements on anything that they're doing. But I see Twitch, I see Mixcloud, I hear Pandora talking, because they ain't showed nothing, they just talking. And I hear Zuckerberg mention this, but it's just way too vague, and it basically sounds like he's trying to figure out a way that they can take what they were already doing with ripping off Zoom and give us a little something, either that or he's pandering to the crowd by just saying, and DJs can do this. And like you said, you heard that, you was like, oh wait, what did you say? Now you got my attention. But then he didn't say nothing after that.
He didn't really say nothing.
So
I'm like, okay, wait, let's go. Go
yeah, elaborate. But he doesn't elaborate because that's not that wasn't what his plan was. So maybe it was and I wouldn't put it past him. Maybe it was just literally to see if anybody would react to it. And people did react to it. So, maybe based off of that, now he's going to go and he was like, okay, we mentioned this and now people want to see what we're going to do. So let's make some moves. So I don't know. But it's whoever gets the license. That's really where it comes down to. So when you have your guest and ask them, that's the thing that I want to know.
What's your question?
That's the question. That's it's not really so much a question, but I would like for her to elaborate because is it the lady that did that video somebody posted recently?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I liked what she had to say because she pretty much she was right on the money. I was listening to what she was saying. I was like, yes. Thank you for saying that. And I want her to elaborate on the licensing because she mentioned a little bit of that in that video. But that's the thing that people need to understand, because that whole argument that somebody had posted an article about that petition to try to get Facebook to make changes, at least during the pandemic, that's not going to happen because that's not why you're getting muted and that's not why you're getting cut off. There's not a license for it.
I'm going to show you. Let's see. I think I have the quick because I already have my StreamYard ready. Me and her, we're going to do the interview on StreamYard, and I'm going to have the questions. The questions are going to show up on the screen just the way you're about to see it. Let's see. Okay. You're talking about right now. I got about 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I got one more that I need to add. Let's see. This is one of them.
Okay, about the disclaimer. Okay,
that's one of them, and I think let's see, is it the last one? Okay, no, that's not it. Okay, I think this one.
Yes. Yeah, and so that kind of goes into the thing that I wanted to want her to talk about is the licensing, because I think she may have said that in the video where she was basically saying the license doesn't exist. If it wasn't her, somebody else said that, because that's when I kind of started thinking about it, because I was like, what is it that we need to do? What needs to change in order for us to be able to do what we do and not have to worry about these things? And when somebody mentioned license, I was like, I don't know why I didn't think about that. That's exactly what it is, because the club pays for a license. At one point, I was actually going to start an internet radio station. And I was looking into actually that's kind of how I went down the rabbit hole of live streaming, was looking into that. And when I realized that how costly that would be, I kind of moved into the live streaming aspect. But even with the internet radio station, in order for you to do it legally and be able to play mainstream music and not have to worry about somebody coming after you later, there's a license that you have to buy. And you have to buy that license directly from ASCAP, BMI, Sound Exchange, wherever. And when you and actually in some cases multiple organizations you have to buy it from. And so you got, and they're not cheap. We're talking multiple hundreds per license. So and we're talking about multiple licenses. So there's a performance license that the clubs pay for. There needs to be some variation of that for us that we can get, that also is not bank breaking, especially right now, because a lot of people are playing, and doing their streams to try to make a couple of extra dollars so that they have some kind of income coming in, because DJing is their only revenue source. But they can't turn around and say, well, you're going to have to pay $500 for the license to be able to legally stream, and we'll whitelist you, and we won't, no platform will actually shut you off or mute you or demonetize you or anything like that. And the only thing you making, is a $300 to your Cash App, from the streams throughout the month. That's not balancing out. So they can't go that high with it, but that's typically where they go. So we're in uncharted territory right now. So nobody knows how it will work out, how it would be written, what the the limitations would be. Is it going to be like the limitations that Mixcloud has? Probably, but we don't know. And we don't know who's got to write it and if it'll ever be written. But that's what we need. That's what's missing.
Now, here's one thing that the guys with Mixcloud mentioned, that they said that every clearance doesn't have a blanket. There's some clearances that you have to pay per use,
Right.
per song.
Mm-hmm.
So that right there is gonna kill it. So if you're
Mm-hmm.
playing, say if you're playing a track and you only mixing it for 30 seconds or just enough for the first verse, maybe you may want to go to the second verse and mix it out. So you have to pay for that song. Let's say if that song is $10, you're paying $10 to mix what, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, probably not even that much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And per song. And
Yeah.
like say if you're doing an hour mix, you're gonna stack up a whole lot of
Yeah.
songs within an hour if you're doing a lot of quick mixing.
And then another thing to think about too is sometimes there's some songs that are only released in certain countries. So there's no license or right for that song to be played outside of that country. So you may have a set that you might do, and say you traveled overseas and actually bought the CD while you were over there, and then you bring it back home to the States, and the song is dope, and you played it in your mix, and in your live stream, and then and you got the license and everything. That song's still gonna get muted, because in the United States there's no rights for that song to be played, because that song was never released here. So you may run into that situation. I had some songs that I really wanted badly, and I could not get it because it just I went on Beatport looking for the song, and the song was listed, but it said not available in your country, right where the add to cart button is supposed to be. So I mean, sometimes that happens. So that's another thing that they'd have to either figure out, or we just have to deal with. So there's a lot of details that a lot of people, I think, aren't thinking about. They just concerned that they don't understand why they keep getting kicked off, and they trying to figure out ways around it. I always see people like, is there a certain type of music that I can play? No, there's not. Not even. And people always say play independent music. The only independent music you can play is music that you made yourself, or people that and it has not been released on a label, or
So,
only released on Bandcamp.
so underground wouldn't even count.
No, because I mean, even if it is, because a lot of labels will still, in order to get their music onto Spotify and iTunes and Tidal and all these other platforms, they got to go through a distributor. Those distributors are part of the algorithm too. So those will still get flagged.
But then you would think that the independent labels, since they can't be carried by major labels, that they want their stuff to be played. So
They
they'll
do.
be happy to get
Yeah.
it into the DJ's hands.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and they do, and that's typically the consensus for most indie labels, that they would want you to actually play the music so people can hear it, because that's what makes people go buy music. That's the purpose of the DJ primarily, is to break music and introduce people to new things. Going back to the play new genres argument from before, but that's where they don't really have control over the algorithm. So, and they don't have control over the distributor being a part of the algorithm. Some people want in that because they don't want the original purpose of the algorithm for their stuff to end up on SoundCloud or on YouTube, and then there's SoundCloud and YouTube rippers. Somebody can just go rip the file off of there, and now they own a copy of the song for free. So that's why they end up being a part of that. But being a part of that for that purpose makes them a part of it flagging you on every other platform too. So it's a gift and a curse kind of situation for them. And they can't, you can dispute it, and they'll usually release it, but that's after the fact. Damage is usually done by that point. And the algorithm is not super, super smart. So sometimes you can trick it, and sometimes it does dumb stuff. Like I played, actually my first stream since we had set up the channel. There was a song I played for, I think I played maybe like a minute and a half of the song, maybe 2 minutes. And then I was into the next song. And the next song I played after that was one of my original songs that has not been released yet. It was actually the first time I was letting anybody hear that song. And somehow the algorithm Twitch was using linked both songs as to one song and muted the whole thing, both songs together. And I tried to dispute it, but that's another thing I probably should have mentioned. Twitch only keeps your archives for 15 days. And then they delete them. And, whatever you do after that shows up, and that's 15 days. And then once you become a partner, then it stays for 30 days.
So you'd be better off just recording it in OBS. When you hit start stream, you might as well just reach down and hit start record too.
If your computer can handle doing both, absolutely. If it can't, just download it after the fact. Either way. And actually, we found out the other day, even if it mutes it, you can still download it and you get the unmuted copy. That's some new information. We literally just figured that out, like I think yesterday or day before yesterday, and somebody tried that.
So have you thought about, well, I guess if you can't resubmit, you can't do like a
re-upload it?
Yeah, re-upload it.
Once you become an affiliate, you can upload videos again, because there's a function called rerun. So we use that every now and then when we have if there's not anybody that we want to host, or we just want to have something playing on our channel and nobody's actually streaming live, we'll take one of the videos that's in the archive and set it to play it, and it says that we're live, but it also says that it's a rerun, letting people know that this is a previous stream. You can upload videos too and run them as reruns as well. So technically you could do that, download it and then re-uploaded it and then run it again. I haven't tried to do that with one that was already live streamed and archived, but I don't see why I wouldn't let you do that, because it's not looking at it immediately either. So if you uploaded it and as soon as it was done uploading and ran the rerun, or within the next day or so, it will probably let you do it. It usually takes a couple of days before the algorithm really goes through the thing. So technically you probably could get away with that. But that's a test. I thought about that the other day. I was like, I wonder if we uploaded one of the downloads, one of the things that's already, especially something that's already past the 15-day mark. Because I have every show that I've done on the channel so far, I have saved copies of every last one of them. So I could just re-upload one of those at any point and see what happens. I just haven't tried it yet.
What's the file format that it saves as?
I believe it's an MP4. Yeah, it's an MP4.
And you usually do how long of a mix, or everybody does about how long, an hour, or usually
what we do? Usually the minimum is an hour. Because typically when we were playing, our sets, usually we have an hour a piece, something like that at least. When we did that one special event where we had all the DJs playing that day, we did 45 minutes to try to get everybody in. But usually we do a minimum of an hour. Some people do 2. I think there's a couple guys do an hour and a half, and then I think one guy has one for like 3 hours, but we kind of trying to get away from that because we got some people that they got such long slots on the calendar, and we're like, yeah, can somebody else play? But yeah, I mean, you, like I say, you go as long as you want. When I do my show on Sunday, actually when I did that Prince stream, because I did it on the anniversary of his death, so that was on a Tuesday, and so there was nobody scheduled to play that Tuesday afternoon. So I actually, when I put it on the schedule, at first I did 2, then I moved it to 3, and then somebody was supposed to play after me, and he was having some trouble, so I played into his slot, giving him time to try to fix it, and he didn't fix it, so I just played his whole hour. That's why it ended up being 4 hours. So yeah, it varies, but we just try to mix it up and try to keep things moving along, just trying to keep everybody butted up against each other, so as soon as one person is done, the next one can jump on, so the people that's in there from that previous person, the next person pops on, and then now they get introduced, and then they bring their people in, and it just keeps building from there, you know, because that's part of the concept behind doing this collective channel, is introducing people to each other's audience. So some of the guys actually stream to their own channel as well as to the group channel. So what they'll end up doing is bringing their audience over and say, hey, well, on this day I'm over here, and all the people are doing is just clicking the link anyway. So if you switch the link, they ain't nothing to them. They still clicking the link. So they come over to the other channel, and then they see somebody is already on playing, and then they like who that person is. They hit like or follow or, you know, whatever. So, you know, kind of goes from there.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. But yeah, check it out, man. Like I said, it's open to anybody that wants to play. You're welcome as well if you want to jump on there and give it a try, cross promote, you know what I'm saying, what you do to another audience that, you know, we have. It's primarily dance genres, you know, so we have, you know, dubstep, drum and bass, house. We got a guy that does an emo night he did tonight where he plays a lot of like rock stuff. We got some chill down tempo stuff, so it's always a mix up, and sometimes I'll play some hip hop, or, you know, there's a couple other guys that will. Trying to get a guy on to play some do a reggae show, so, you know, it's open to anything, you know, but you got an audience that's primarily listening to one type of genre when they go out to clubs, but everybody that's in there, there's music lovers, so we listen to some of everything. So, you know, you get a whole new crowd that, you know, that you get introduced to, that will follow you over. Because one of the things I do is I'll put in the chat, be like, yo, give a shout out to the DJ, you can follow him as such and such. Or even if you just popped into the chat, you logged into your Twitch account and you came into the chat, I see you in there, I got a command that I can type that'll make the bot automatically type, yo, give a shout out to so and so, and follow, you know, their check them out at their channel, and it puts their Twitch link in there automatically. So, you
Twitch
know,
basically got it under wraps, where, you know, you can do a lot of stuff that no other platform. Well, there's no other platform like Twitch right now, other than maybe Periscope is closest that I probably heard. That,
and it's not just all Twitch. There's other services. So the one I use for that bot is Stream Elements. There's another one called Stream Labs. That's where the Stream Labs OBS comes from.
mm-hmm.
They have all of these functions that are built in that you can integrate into Twitch and into YouTube and into Mixer. That's one we didn't ever talk about, Mixer. That's Microsoft's platform. But they have all of this stuff that's built into that you can integrate into your channel. All you do is log in, you give them permission for it to connect to your account, and then it starts adding all of this stuff in there that you tell it to put in there. So it's real easy to do, and it's some stuff that you may or may not want to use. Like I said, a lot of it's built towards gamers, so, you know, some of it you may not want to use in that, you know, that particular way, but some things you can kind of manipulate to work for what we do. So it's all in how you want your show to kind of go. So, but yeah, they got everything. Yeah,
All right.
I see. We went a whole nother hour after
Yeah,
we
we went
talked
a
about
whole
the
nother hour. I told you. If
look.
you get into a conversation, it'll start to, and I don't know whether there's one person that's viewing right now, and I think I know who it is. I think it's Thomas, because he's here every week. I'm surprised he hadn't popped on to get in the conversation. He made me sleep, if that is
Right.
him. Uh, Whoever that
Yeah,
is that's still there, or it may be just one of us. I mean, I'm not logged
yeah.
on.
No, I
I don't
closed
think
it
I'm
out.
logged on
So
anywhere
yeah,
else. So,
yeah.
hey man, hold on. It
But
may be
look,
me because I
I
got a
got
room open.
I always tell people there was one time we was over at somebody's house and we were getting ready to leave. We were all talking music and everything. We were getting ready to leave, and he was like, yeah, I got to get up early in the morning for work. And so we standing at the front door on the way out, and then the conversation continued just like we just went another hour. And after a while, he realized how much time had went by. He said, "Man, y'all talk too good. Y'all got to get out of my house." And we was like, "Dag, I ain't never been kicked out of somebody's house for talking too good." So, so it be like that sometimes.
All right,
So, but yeah,
this is how I close out. I don't know if you've been
yeah.
listening. I let everybody close out. I'm gonna drop off. You're gonna take over the full screen, and
Oh wow.
just let everybody know where to find you. Post your Twitch,
Okay.
all your social media info, YouTube, whatever. And if you have a residency at a club somewhere, whenever this is all over, if you still have it, post that too. I let everybody introduce themselves and let everybody know, because like I said, what I'm gonna start doing now, I'm gonna repost this into the group so people can watch it, because I don't think
Right.
really nobody doesn't go back
Go
and
back
watch it until
and
I said, hey, well, we just talked about that yesterday. Here's the
mhm.
link to the video. I'm just gonna post it for probably the next week and try to keep it active. And then the next week I'll start up with another something that something where I won't have to repeat myself every week, or
Right.
you
Right.
won't have to repeat yourself. You may say, well, I was on with Ken on his
Mhm.
podcast. We talked about it. And as soon as you put my name in and I see that I've been tagged, I'll be like, yeah, we did. Here's the link
Yeah.
right here. And
Right.
then, send the people to it. And like I said, you may not want to, but if you're a DJ anyway, I'm sure we've said something every other minute that may have caught your attention, that you may
Right.
walk off, and then all of a sudden you hear we say something, then you come back, and it may just be something that you may just want to listen to until, because I mean, we're not really doing anything visual, but
Right.
just to listen to, even on a long drive or whatever. It'll
Right.
keep
Right. Can
you,
have it kind of in
it'll
the
keep you,
background.
yeah, it'll keep you energized and awake. So
Right.
I'm gonna drop off. You go ahead and introduce yourself, and we're gonna sign out. All right, you got the screen.
All right. All right. Well, for those that don't know me, which might be a lot of you, I go by Subconscious. You might see it say Subconscious BSC. That stands for Bad Seed Creations. That's my crew. You can find me on the socials, Facebook Subconscious BSC, Instagram is Subs BSC, SUBS BSC, um, SoundCloud Subconscious BSC as well. You could also find what we were talking about with the group that we have on Twitch, Atlanta DJ Collective. That's the same on all the social. Well, we got Facebook and Instagram, as well as on Twitch. It's at Atlanta DJ Collective. Yeah, we just welcome anybody that wants to pop on over, check out what we do. Um, Come on board if you want to try out Twitch, cross promote. We always open for that. It's all love, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to pass on the information that I have, and let like I said before, for everybody to win. That's where we're at with it, for everybody to kind of move forward. So, and then when this is all over, like he was talking about a residency, I'm a resident with Torch Drum and Bass, which is an event that happens every second Friday at the Masquerade, which is located in Kenny's Alley at Underground currently. So that's a free event every second Friday. So actually, what we're going to do actually this Saturday, which is the 9th of May. We are doing the first torch online, since we can't open up the Masquerade and do it there. We'll be doing that event on this Saturday. So we try to do special events on our Saturdays on the Atlanta DJ Collective as well. So feel free to pop over there at any given point. We're on every single night, and usually in the afternoons as well on most days. There's a schedule on the bottom of the Twitch channel as well, so you know when we're on. And that's constantly updated. So yeah, feel free to come on over and holler at us, say hi, uh, get involved with a whole nother community. I know a lot of you guys are probably, hip hop DJs, or playing, more mainstream genres, and don't know much about the EDM kind of scene that's really going on. And it's a whole nother world. And so feel free to come cross promote, check out the people that's there. Everybody is in it for the music, and it's no animosity, it's all love. So everybody is welcome. So hope to see you guys there.
All right. Me personally, I would like to thank Steve. Steve, it has been an honor. You are welcome back anytime. I was not expecting the open topic to be this open for this long. I mean, there's a lot of just,
Yeah,
just don't know. You go back, go through, even if you skim through this, when you stop and hear something, you're gonna want to go back to see how that started. Then you're gonna see how something else started. This is a lot of information. This is a lot of information that's spoke of a lot of the time. And usually when I have a guest on here, the guests say, they basically, just like you spoke your mind, as for, you may not been so much into the light of the group, but now people know who you are now. You probably gonna get hit up. And if I ever take a week off, I'm
coming to me.
Sending everybody to you. Sending everybody.
That's why I found myself being tech support for our group so far. So
man, I'm admin of 5 DJ groups.
Man.
And all of, at least 2. Serato Nation is one, and then the Zone is one, and then I created the Green Room, which the Green Room is a sister group for the Zone, which is it's basically a group where whenever we have like people like artists, musicians, promoters, anybody that's not a DJ that tries to get into the group,
they get sent over.
They go to the Green Room. They go to the Green Room, and then all the Zone DJs can go to the Green Room. So that way,
about the Green Room. Like, I've seen the name pop up at some point before, but I didn't really know what that was. I didn't catch that. I remember.
Yeah, I created that. True story. I created that last year on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh wow. Okay. Is that where the name kind of? I mean, I get.
I think that's where it came from. I had a photo. I was I came up with the photo later, but it felt in place with the Green Room, where we're like the artists. Mm-hmm. We're backstage in the Green Room, right. And if you want to mingle and network with the artists, then you go to the Green Room. And then the photo at the top of the page, when I was on a cruise, they have an actual room called the Green Room. So I just took a picture of it and then used that as the actual image.
Okay.
But that's what that group is. And then the I don't know if you know the Atlanta DJ Swap and Resource Group, which is the buy sell trade group.
Yeah.
I'm an admin of that, and the I think either the Sunday City Ciphers or one of the other groups. I'm admin of that too. So I'm kind of busy. So I'm like a essential first responder for DJs. When somebody tags me or asks a question, I'm usually there. If I know the answer, I provide it. If I don't, I sit back and watch and see what goes on. So
more power to you, brother, because I have my hands full with this one group. Because like I said before, my messenger has been just off the chain lately. It just gets constantly going. I can't. It's hard to keep up with it sometimes, and then I had to say too much and be like, just call me. You know,
Some
so
people do
I
not
get
let
it.
me sleep and they know who they are. Like right now, let's see, it's 3 o'clock. I think I probably still got maybe another 2-3 hours in me till the sun comes up. Then I force myself to go to bed. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and go anyway. I'll probably put something on to make me go to sleep, because I know there's gonna be at least 2 or 3 people that's gonna call me at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's gonna need something, or my messenger is gonna go bing, bing, bing.
Wow.
So yeah, I always got at least 3 or 4 that that hit me up. They don't care what time it is.
I salute, brother. That's
Because they know
that's
I'm up
too much
now.
for
They
me.
know I'm up now. They're not gonna hit me up now. They're gonna wait till I'm asleep.
Right.
But it's all good
So
though.
I had to
It's a
start
blessing.
muting my phone and my tablet so that the messenger wouldn't go crazy all at 7, 8 in the morning. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't have my phone. It's set on bedtime. It doesn't come out until 7:30, which was the time I have to get my youngest to school. But I don't know. I might need to change that to noon. Let people know, okay, I'm not available till afternoon, even if I'm still sleeping till 4. Noon, the minimum. Right. Like I said, man, thanks again. Anybody that was out
Thanks
there
for having me.
catching it, if you're catching it later in the rebroadcast, make sure you like, share, subscribe, ring a bell, whatever it is. I'm not a big person on numbers on social media, so I don't care as long as the information is useful to you. I don't care whether you like it or dislike it. I just do this because this is me. This is what I do.
Right.
I share information. Somebody teach me something. If I find that information important to somebody else, I'm going to teach it to them. So, there's no need to hold the information in. But, yeah, I got to go now. So, we will catch y'all next week. Same time, same YouTube channel. We are out. Peace.